That's moving. That number's moving. So we're recording. Makes me so nervous.
Hi, everybody.
Hello. Welcome.
Welcome back into the here and now. And of course, as usual, we're doing our little sound and video checks, mic checks, online checks, inline checks, all that good stuff. So in a moment when we're in the clear, we're going to have Kelsey come up and just share any announcements.
Okay, I think
She wants to.
I'm ready. You guys can't hear me because I turned that off.
Yeah, we don't
fine.
need it right now. Not till Q&A. So.
Okay. All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Welcome back. We're worldwide, which is awesome. Just a couple announcements. The first announcement is we had a wonderful Initiates-only retreat this past weekend. And mark your calendars. The next one is July 31st and August 1st. So it's that weekend of July and August. The 31st of July, the 1st of August. So if you'd like to attend, for all of you initiates, it'll be the same process we did this last weekend. You'll get a Zoom link, and that's pretty much it. So we look forward to that. Mark your calendars, because we do really ask that you attend the entire retreat. So this should be plenty of time to schedule that into your calendars to block off that weekend so you can participate fully with us. And something new on the website to be aware of, if you haven't already found it, we've added the events calendar. So if you click on the events tab or in the menu, there's the live streaming. It's probably how you got here. And now we have a sub tab that says calendar events. If you click on that, you will see all the worldwide calendar of events this year. And you can add it to your calendar, which is pretty awesome. And if there's any links, you click on the view button, it'll take you to wherever we are. So today, if you click that link, you landed here. If we're on Zoom, it'll take you to Zoom. So check that out. If you're an initiate and you're logged in as an initiate, you will see the initiate events. So all three, well, the one we just did won't be up, but the next two initiate-only retreats are in the calendar of events, but you must be logged in as an initiate to see them. And the same thing, you view the link, it'll take you to Zoom, and you can add it to your calendar. So play around with that. And for all of these live broadcasts, as well as the Laugh class, the calendar of events are on that page.
And that is only for worldwide, as Kelsey said, pretty much just what Jim and I and Kelsey are doing. Eventually, at some point in the future, we'll be adding calendar of events for all the area representatives as well. But right now, it's just kind of right here, so we're growing into that.
Right, step by step. But yes, it'll be a full calendar once we bring it to fruition. So that's pretty awesome. We're excited. I hope you are too. Other than that, that's the only announcements, really. Just a reminder to turn off your cell phones, to keep that one-pointed focus here on Spirit during class. When we break for Q&A, you can email your questions to info@ilm.org. There'll be a slide up that has the same information. So feel free, if you have a question that comes up during Jim and Brian's sharing or meditation today, please write us at info@ilm.org. I will read your questions and Jim and Brian will answer. And if you do have any technical issues with this broadcast viewing or auditory, please refresh your page. That almost always fixes the problem. Close your browser, reboot your device, should be good. If you've done all that and you still have a problem, There's a report a problem under the view screen that you're looking at right now. Just click on that button and fill out all the fields, because that helps give me information of how to assist you. And I check that about every 15 or 20 minutes. So enjoy class and welcome to spring. Happy spring.
Yeah, really.
All right.
We are in springtime and it feels good down here. Beautiful weather, beautiful temperatures. Send some rain if you'd like. We could use some rain.
Keep talking.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm done. Go ahead.
You're done.
Yep.
All right. Well, then I guess we'll go ahead and move into meditation.
I guess.
Okay. So why don't you all just get yourselves into a comfortable position. We'll be meditating for about 20, 25 minutes. Just begin to bring your focus inward and upward, closing your eyes. And just know that this is an inner journey. And it's about awakening to that which is inner. This is where your loving, your peace, your joy resides. So we're going to move into that place where your loving and peace does reside now, at the seat of the soul. Truly, if we have our loving and our peace within us, wherever we go, that loving and peace goes with us and into the environment around us. And we can be a moment of loving for others as well as for ourselves as we move through the day. To do that, we want to be able to focus to that place where loving resides within us. So be aware of what this place feels like. What does it look like? What does it sound like? So that you have references to go into it easily and with awareness. For this loving and this peace is who you truly are. So just feel the loving. Feel the peace that is here. And know that you can come to this place at any moment of any day, morning, noon, and night. This place resides within you and is always available. All you have to do is go inside and bring yourself to this place that is where you find your peace, your love, your joy. So now that we're at this place of loving, let us begin to awaken that loving and let it begin to move in and through each one of us. Just feel that loving moving through your body. And love your body just as it is. Love all of its perfections and all of its flaws. And now bring that loving inward and upward to the seat of the soul and love your own soul. Love its perfection. Love its grace. Love its light. Love the loving that is here for you. And now focus upward into that place where God resides within you, within your soul itself. And love God. Just share your loving with God. This can be an energetic action, a verbal action, a state of being. Share your loving with God. And now open yourself on all levels of consciousness to allow God's loving in to every part of your being, your soul, your unconscious, your etheric, the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and your body. Let that river of loving from God to you flow in and through you. And let that movement of the river of loving carry you, lift you, and begin to stir a greater movement within you towards the action of liberation and freedom. And let this movement of the river of loving carry away any and all negativity and imbalance that can be lifted up and carried out of you just now and away. Let it go. Let it go upon this movement of the divine loving, and let the loving handle it from there. And now within you, begin to chant the hue or the sacred name of initiation. As you continue giving and receiving in this loving with God, and let that power of the name grow inside of you, whether it be the hue or the sacred name. For as that name vibration grows inside of you, your loving also will grow. And just let this loving that resides within you, in the very heart of your soul, to now just begin to move in and through you, awakening every cell, every part of your consciousness into this action and movement of loving, so that you become the living, loving essence that you truly are. And let the peace and the joy just flow into every part of your being. And know that this is who you truly are. You are the loving, you are the peace, and you are the joy of God. And as you begin to bring yourself more aware into the room where your body is, you become more aware of your body itself. Bring all this loving with you, so that wherever you go, you truly are an instrument of God, sharing the loving with all. And as you're ready, you can bring yourself more focused into the world, opening your eyes if you wish at this time. And I'm going to turn this over to Brian. I've got to turn my cell phone off. I just realized that I did not do it when you said to do it. Well, hi. Alma's here.
Thank you, Kels. I was going to say we can turn it up a degree or two. It's definitely cool enough. That's cute. Kelsey's cat Alma came in for the end of the meditation there. She was quietly waiting until we started now.
Yeah, she did.
And it's funny because I actually had a dream this morning dealing with the animal nature. And I knew I was going to start sharing a little bit and talking about that. And here Alma comes up to be part of that and share. So that was pretty funny and entertaining for me. So you want me to share first then? Or?
Yeah, I'm all ready.
Well, I didn't even turn my mic on. So there we go. I always turn my microphone off in meditation, and I usually remember to turn it on, but since you were doing it, I didn't. So in case you didn't hear me, what I just said, if Jim's microphone didn't pick it up, I literally had a dream this morning around the animal nature, and then Kelsey's cat came out and joined us for the end of the meditation, and then once Jim started talking and bringing us out, then she, of course, spoke. Wanted to be back part of it. So, and I like that because it's, the soul that we are, that is that loving. As Jim guided us in the meditation, he talked about I can't even remember now, the peace, the balance or harmony. It's all those words that we had used that we'd call spiritual nature. Loving, compassion, caring, gentle, healing, balancing, all of those, harmonious. Those are different qualities of spirit that as we open ourselves and really participate more with the spirit of who we are, that in the soul's nature, that's what it is for all of us. And it's really just that which is of the animal nature that we're as soul incarnate into through the mind, the emotions, imagination, and the body here, that have that instinctual nature of the animal. Really, it lives in separation, and it's more about fight or flight. being safe, the security, the food, the comfort, that type of thing. And in my dream this morning, I was walking on this trail, and I was going to cut across this trail, and it was a trail that I noticed that different tigers would go down, so big cats, the kind that could eat humans. and I could feel as I was going across, I knew I was going to run into some tigers, and I could feel that momentary fear inside of me pop up, like, okay, how am I going to deal with this? But then as soon as it did, I just relaxed and went into my soul's loving nature, because I knew, even in the dream state, when I allow that to come present, the animal nature always responds to that. Just like cats, they like to have their heads, pet, or their belly, or whatever that is. And when you can, in a sense, communicate or respond and connect with that animal nature in the way that it does, it responds accordingly. And so as I moved into that loving inside of me, sure enough, a tiger came around the bend and down this little hill, and I knew that was the moment. Either it's going to be fight or flight or get eaten or whatever, or it's going to be now this movement of loving that I moved myself into. And so that's what I did. So as the tiger came up, I just opened up, just like I'd talk to Amma here, the little cat, and even my voice changes a little bit, talking that childlike animal nature. And I was just completely open and loving, and the tiger responded accordingly. It never saw a threat, so it never reacted with me. And it actually got the loving and came up and started, how cats will rub against you? Well, the big cats are like that too. And this one started rubbing against me, and I started petting it, and instantly it was my friend, because I approached it that way. So I thought, wow, this is wonderful. And then that friendship, that connection was there. So then when there's other lions around, I was never a threat to any of them. Excepted by one, it was like, okay, I'm kind of part of the community in a way, because I'm just open and loving and connecting in a way that animal nature does. Well, then I had another dream later where I was with human animals, and the same type of a thing. I could feel I was in these lines with people, where people get impatient, frustrated, where they're on the edge of reaction. It's tense, just trying to push and rush, and then they'll snap at each other. Well, I was in this line, and I could tell there was this one kind of burly guy that I knew from other dreams I've had in years past, where he could represent that part of me that would be the part of me that I would react and get into fights with, the fight or flight again. And so I knew it. When I saw him, I knew who he was from other experiences I've had. And I go, okay, well, let's see what happens here, just like the big tiger one, because these dreams were back to back. So I was getting to experience these. And I was conscious. I kind of am in my dreams anymore. So I kind of know what's going on, and I can think there just like I can think here in the body. And I went into that same space I did, like with the tiger, into a loving place, and just looked for a way that I could communicate in a way that was non-threatening, with all the tension in the air. No, just the littlest thing would set somebody off, and this person in particular, for that kind of structure to have a fight. And I noticed he was wearing a really nice Tommy Bahama, Aloha shirt like we always wear. And I go, oh my God, I love your shirt. So it's like all of a sudden I connected to something and showed an enthusiasm and something dealing with him and what was important to him, like how we dress ourselves, and our clothes and in our experiences often represent like our lessons and our beliefs, the way we live, how we project or present ourselves. And so as I really acknowledged it and enthusiasm and said I really liked it, instantly that tension of reaction was just gone. And I saw him, he just switched just like that and opened right up and got all enthusiastic with me. And so, hey, we had a great conversation all the way through this experience, and it's like we were best buds and friends after all of this. And again, it was just dealing with the animal nature of the physical and emotional for the most part, but also the mental states, obviously in the human form in that. But because most of the animal nature, like animals, like tigers, it's more of that physical, emotional level, where in the human state we obviously have the higher mental faculties. But nonetheless, a lot of it's still governed by the physical and emotional. So it's very interesting having these dreams back to back, where each time that I felt a little bit of fear, where I knew it was going to be the fight or flight type of thing, because that's how this creation of duality, polarity pretty much exists. It is one that is based on fight or flight. It's kill or be killed. It's just the nature here, the way it's been set up. But when we that are sentient beings, in other words, we have a soul, we're individualized sparks of God, that we bring that quality of spirit into the animal nature, to have experience in the animal nature, but yet who we really are is not of the animal nature. And then it's a matter of a choice where we choose as a soul to really live and express from. Do we choose to live and express through the animal nature so that we're caught up in that fight or flight process? Or do we choose to live from the spiritual nature of who we are, that is one that is loving, that is encompassing, that is embracing, that is nurturing and loving, that reaches out and brings into unity rather than separation? And that is key as we really continue on our spiritual journey, let alone our life's journey in this world. If you want to know how to have a better life, even if you're not walking this path of meditation back into God, just to have a better life, the things we share here will help you do that. That's not why we're doing this in ILM, what we do, but those are the benefits that come about because as we live the spiritual nature, the benefits that come about and how that works within the consciousness and animal nature here to have a better life, to have an easier life, to really connect with people. Everybody always wants somebody they feel loved by and somebody they can love, whether it's one person, a family, a group, a community. That's inherent within everybody because that is the nature of spirit, where we are all one. So we're ever looking for that. But because of the animal nature here that doesn't know that and lives in separation, but still works in groups or tribes or pods or families, but then there's that connection there, but it's based upon safety, security, and protection, because everybody outside of our own little group is to be feared. They're dangerous. They could kill us. Or there's something that we could kill them because there's something we want, or their food, or this or that. That's, again, the animal nature and how polarity works here. So when we can really go into the spirit of who we are, and it brings that loving inside of us that begins to create harmony within ourselves with the me, myself, and I within ourselves, that all these different selves, our own animal nature inside of us, our thoughts, our feelings, our physical expressions come into alignment with loving, so that then our thoughts, feelings, and actions are really an expression and movement of the loving of the soul that we are. So then the things we say, the things we do, are going to be actions that begin to create harmony and not only bring together all those aspects inside of us and begin to heal our own disturbances and stressors and all that which is in separation and disturbance within us, that as we do that, then we begin to naturally express that in the world around us. And when we do, just like in the dreams I had, we'll literally begin to see, even in the physical level, the animal nature respond to that. Because when the animal nature not only does not feel threatened by our presence, an outsider, not part of the pack, but it relaxes as soon as it gets that spirit of oneness and loving where it feels accepted and taken in. And then it begins to open up. And just like in any relationship here, that's where we begin to build those bonds of trust and compassion and caring for one another. So those are the things to look at as outer reflections, that as we live that greater truth of that loving spirit that we are. And those are good ways to know if, in a sense, you're walking the spiritual path and really living that spirit. Because the more we can find ourselves in a place of greater peace and balance and loving and acceptance, and share that with those around us, we're going to begin to see those around us respond to that in more of those types of qualities rather than wanting to attack. Because often when we approach the animal nature of the world around us from that place of separation in ourselves and a place of reaction out of that fight or flight, the fear, the judgment, that's a projection then that lives around us. And then when other people feel that, they respond accordingly. In other words, our presence, depending on how we're carrying ourselves, can create an atmosphere that people are going to respond. If we're in that certain place that is reactive, we're going to find people being more reactive to us. But if we're in that place of peace and loving and acceptance, we're going to find people around us respond more so with peace and loving and acceptance. Not always, because everybody has freedom of choice, and they may be so ingrained in what they're doing. But if you pay enough attention and really utilize the outer experience with other people, with situations, animal nature, to practice it as a reflective process to assist you in learning about those loving qualities of spirit within you, well, then the world, you'll start to see, or as they say, the universe around us respond accordingly. And then it can be an actual fun game or experiment of how to live life. But that game or experiment of how to live life can be very beneficial and uplifting for ourselves and then those around us because of how we're choosing to do it spiritually based rather than based upon the animal nature that we all live within. And that's just something that was really nice for me this morning, to have that direct experience again, always as a reminder of my own inner experience for myself and those different aspects and animal nature within myself, but then to see that out here with others, other animal nature, whether literally it's, again, like a tiger or cat or a human being. These are the things that I like to often call the fringe benefits of walking this pathway spiritually. And when I say walking this pathway spiritually, I'm really talking about what we teach and practice in Inner Light Ministries. And I'm sharing this today like this in case there's people that are new that are listening or watching today in ILM, so you begin to maybe get an understanding or a grasp of what we do here. And it can often help to talk about the outer reflective nature because that's where we're caught up in, and that's usually where we begin according to our responses or reactions out here with one another. But eventually, when we talk about walking the spiritual pathway that we share here in ILM, it is really more of an inner pathway by which we want to direct our attention inwards and upwards, just like Jim's meditation today. It was really nice how you did that and started. I mean, you haven't done one like that in a while. It's a nice guided meditation, and starting with that physical nature and coming on up through the spiritual, and not even stopping at the soul, but then really now the soul loving God. And that's really what I'm trying to get at here, and what I'm sharing today is that step-by-step process of where we start out here with our own body, physical consciousness, up to the soul, and then loving God. So in ILM here, this spiritual walking the spiritual path, as we say, is just like the guided meditation Jim did today, where we first learn to begin to take our attention that we put out here on the world around us, where we often find ourselves in reaction or actions. And like I said, most of it's based on animal nature of fight or flight. But as we begin to have maybe an understanding of the core teachings or principles, that we'll begin to see those changes even in our outer life, and then begin to see, oh, that's all within me. We start to pay more attention to the things we're thinking. We start to pay more attention to how we're feeling. We're paying more attention to our reactions and what goes on inside of us. not only according to when we're in reaction with things in the world around us, but just even when we're on our own, in our own quiet space. What's going on? What are we thinking about? What are the emotions coming up? What is our imagination doing? What do we fantasize about? What are the physical things we do with our bodies? So we begin to draw our attention inwards and really begin the process of what we could call self-evaluation or coming into greater self-awareness. In ILM, we call this self-study. In ILM, we talk about a threefold pathway here: meditation, self-study, and service. And so that process of where we become more aware of self and move our attention more inside is that self-study part. And it's a wonderful process to become more self-aware, where we don't just see ourselves as part of the pack or the tribe, but we begin to see ourselves as an individual within maybe a pack or a tribe, but we begin to see ourselves as an individual. And then as we do, that's where often we'll start to find our attention coming into what often is called the lower chakras, from the physical to more the astral, the causal, the emotional, and the solar plexus, and even the heart, and our beliefs, our thinking. As you thinketh in your heart, so you become. If you've heard of things like that. A lot of people focus on the heart chakra because they think that's loving, which it is. In the physical level, that is the loving, embracing nature, just like when we hug, coming from that heart center. But then as we even go deeper within ourselves, and we start to ask the questions, where did I come from? Where am I going? Who am I anyway? Who am I? When we start to ask those three questions, we start to even go deeper within now and even rise above this heart center and start to move on up until we eventually come to this place we talk about here as the seat of the soul, this place that physically where the spark of God that we are as a soul comes into this animal nature, into this physical body. It's seated right here at that upper room. It's above the eyebrows, kind of an area in the forehead, up at an angle. We can feel that all around the top of our head. Sometimes I feel it like a baseball cap, like this slight pressure or presence. Well, when we become aware of that presence, and when we close our eyes, or even sometimes our eyes open, we may even see flashes of golden white light, or purple or blue, as you hear us talk about here in ILM a lot. That's us becoming more aware of that spiritual presence now at these higher centers, where we've risen above the animal nature that I was talking about, that is based on duality. Even the two eyes, the two ears represent the polarity of duality. It's funny because a lot of the metaphysicals, as I like to say, talk about the third eye. Well, that's still multiple. In truth, it is the single eye, or a spiritual eye. It's just one. Physical representation, metaphysically, it may be the third eye, but truly spiritually, the soul's eye, the spiritual eye is just one. And that's what we want to focus on, is the one, the oneness. So as we move into that greater awareness of self, the divine spark of God, that is just one self, not the two selves or the polarized self, but the one self, that is that presence of loving within our consciousness here. That is the deeper self now we could call soul. So self, as I was saying earlier, self-study with our thoughts, our feelings, our fantasies, our physical actions and reactions, we begin to rise above that now. And when we come here, it's now the greater self we call the soul. So we have self-awareness or self-realization that a lot of people are familiar with, like on the Buddhist path or others, a lot of the Zen meditations that talk about self-realization and self-awareness. That's where they're going to come up to the heart and up in the throat area. But when we start to go higher to soul realization now, well, that is the greater self, the true self that we speak of here in Inner Light Ministries, that we are referring to when we talk about the spiritual path or journey here. And that is accessed mainly by the meditation. It is one that is not done outwardly. A lot of the other can be done outwardly. We can have focal points on things around us. We can even focus on our heart chakra and other things that may seemingly be within us, but yet it still has an outer nature. But when we go into the seat of the soul here and go back into ourselves, we actually move our conscious awareness into the soul of who we are. That is not part of the physical. So even when we reference here, that's just a physical reference to where to focus our attention to go into the soul, so we become aware of the soul. That is a spiritual awareness. And that is a very different action than the most people realize. Because I often hear people that are new or come to us in ILM and say, oh, a lot of what you guys say sounds very similar to these other things I've been doing. And I go, yeah, I know it sounds similar, but do you understand the difference? And that's what I'm trying to describe today, that a lot of people don't realize on other pathways that those other pathways are still dealing with the self that is caught up in the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body that often comes up to here. And that's often where we find ourselves trying to find peace and harmony and balance and get out of the disturbances and those fight or flight processes that I shared. And it's often a struggle and a real effort. But when we can begin to practice the meditation of the soul awareness, as we share in here, of holding our attention at the seat of the soul and focusing on a name of God such as the Hue, or the sacred name we give in initiation, that Hue is the God essence, the soul, Hue, man, human. That Hue is the God essence within man, all below that. That we want to focus on, and as we do, focus on that by going in, shutting our eyes, not looking to the outer, bringing our attention in and up to the Hue essence of who we are, that God essence, the soul, and truly focus into that. And as we begin to wake up spiritually to who we are as the soul, the divine spark or child of God, that in that awareness we become more present with the loving nature and the qualities that are spiritual, that are all inherent within the soul of who we are. When we can do that, that soul essence then permeates, automatically will start to flood through now the animal nature. And all those other things that I called the fringe benefits that I was sharing up until now, they just come about naturally, accordingly, in the moment, in the here and the now. They're all inherent within the soul. So when we live in the soul, they're just there for instant access. That even when we're not consciously aware of it, that in any moment when we live in the soul, whatever we need comes present. Even in our physical experience. Just as I shared in those dream experiences, as I, in a sense, was confronting these two different dynamics with that animal nature, that all I did was take a moment from that initial animal-human response of fear, fight or flight. I stopped, and just within a moment, I focused back in and up, and I was right in that loving that just accepts and embraces. And then from there, I approached now my outer circumstance, and it automatically just brought about that state of unification and acceptance and companionship and that connection that only the Spirit within us can truly provide. Because when we live in that, that is of its nature, and that's what reaches out to the Spirit within all. And when we live in that, that frequency of that Spirit within us, as we live in that and express and touch to others with that, it'll vibrate that. It'll stir that within everything that we come into experience with. Most of the time, this is where it gets really fun and interesting the more you do this. I so enjoy it when I live in there and respond from here to see the animal nature within humans and others respond to that when I approach from that loving place. It's fun to watch that response because the animal nature, as I said, will respond to that, but most of the time unconsciously, because the animal nature doesn't necessarily know that what that is, but yet it responds to it unconsciously, not in awareness, but yet responds to the truth of what is present to that spirit. That's a nice way to live. That's a nice way to live, not only physically, but on every other level within ourselves and ultimately as we continue that greater journey spiritually. So continuing on now, that greater journey spiritually, we come now to that point as we begin to focus more into through the soul, that individualized spark of God within us above this self, now to the soul self. And as we do that more and more and access that, awaken to it through this action of meditation, and we begin to live it and allow that living of the soul to permeate through our consciousness and all these other levels to bring more of that peace and harmony and balance, healing, and all these other divine qualities that we all look for no matter what approach we're doing, whether it's holistic health or psychotherapies or whatever we do, even we're looking for that spiritual part of us that is in a state of perfection. But it is only that spiritual that is in perfection. So all that is not of that perfection. We are ever looking for that perfection, or even looking how to live even physically, eternally. The quest for eternal life. It's just funny to see how we, in our humanity and animal nature, are always looking to live, to survive is beyond death. Not understanding that we do that because inherently we know within ourselves that we are eternal as that child of God that cannot die. And yet we also know inherently within that eternity that that is the perfection, that there are no issues or imbalances or imperfections that need to be fixed or brought into balance and harmony. That is the state of perfection and balance and harmony that we always seek and strive for. But because the physical, mental, emotional nature doesn't have that or know that within itself, it is always looking in the world around, how do I have perfect health? How do I have perfect mental, emotional states of psychology? How do I have life-work balance? How do I have perfect relationships? We are always looking for that in our life because we know inherently in the soul that's the truth and how things are. What we don't understand is that that is not the truth and how things are not in these physical worlds. So, on this spiritual path, what we teach in Inner Light Ministries is one of not attempting to find perfection or make perfection in this physical, emotional, mental world, but rather to acknowledge it, to honor it the way it is, and to participate. Since we're here, participate, but participate from the soul of who we are and loving so that we can live in greater peace and harmony, understanding it's never going to be perfect in that way, understanding that there is a limitation and a definiteness as far as time that this consciousness here will have life. But if we can always maintain that inner focus and always strive for that greater awakening to the soul of who we are, we will begin to have greater understanding and wisdom of the truth of this illusion that is always striving for the perfection but will never find it because it does not exist here. But in that understanding that we don't try to find it here anymore, but rather we go within to find it where it is, also known as the pearl of great price. If you ever look at a lot of the Chinese philosophy where they show the dragon always chasing a pearl, go learn about that story. We talk about it in ILM. The pearl of great price, and the story of that pearl is in a lot of the Chinese philosophy. And a new movie that just came out too, which is cool. Now that I said that, it's like, okay, so what's the name of that movie? The new Disney movie Raya that came out actually shows a lot of that. So if you want to have some fun, you can go watch that. But it's in a lot of different movies, and of course in the Chinese culture. But as we go into that pearl of great price, that is the soul of who we each are. That is the perfection, the divine spark of God. That is the spiritual pathway we are walking here in Inner Light Ministries. And everything we teach and do here is about that journey. And we talk about all the other like I just did, so that we recognize and learn about these different aspects of this physical creation, so that we, the soul, come into not only a greater understanding, but an acceptance and a loving of it, so that we can embrace it rather than fear it or go into reaction with it, because that causes separation. And that's why we speak of this like I am today, so that we learn not only how to approach it, but in order to approach it in the way that I'm speaking, we have to come into our soul and learn, really not learn, but become aware of who we are. And that is only done through experience. So we have to come into that experientially. And that is what the meditation does that we teach here. So as we focus in here and use the hues, the saying, or the sacred name, that we begin now awakening, having that as our intention, our focus, to place our attention where the soul resides in this physical consciousness right up here. Again, Jim's meditation today, when he came out of the physical, he said, now the soul, to just love the soul who we are, just to say, I love you, I love me, who I truly am as that child of God right here. That inner light, that's why we call this Inner Light Ministries. That inner light that we are ministering to when we do this meditation. That we come to know and wake up to who we are. The soul, sometimes the way we talk, it's strange because it almost sounds like the soul is something separate from us. But yet, in truth, the soul is who we are that we can never separate from. When we are living in our physical focus, our emotional focus, our mental focus, when we are living, believing we are of this body consciousness, we are living in separation from the truth of who we are. But in truth, we're not living in separation. We have just turned our attention away from who we are as the soul. But it is who we are as soul that is the one consciously aware and experiencing all these other levels of consciousness. That's the funny thing. That is who is experiencing all this other. And it's important to be aware of that so you acknowledge the truth of soul self, your true self. That you claim that. You know, you've heard of these phrases like, I'm not a physical being having a spiritual experience, but I'm a spiritual being having a physical experience. That's what I'm talking about. People talk that, but how much do we really know that by our experience? Not the knowing of the mind, the knowing of the experience of living that. So as we go inside into this meditation, We're going to walk this through our inner kingdom, through all these chakras within us, all of our thoughts and feelings and fantasies and physical experiences, doing that inner kingdom walk to come up to here, to the soul, right in our inner kingdom here, right at the doorway. As Rumi said, the door is open, the door is round. This is a cave, this is a tomb that the soul comes into to give all this life. But when we come up here in meditation, we come to the realization of the life that has given all of this life, of who we are as a soul that is life itself. That's why this body dies. When we, the divine spark that is life itself, leaves this body, it dies. So when we awaken to that soul who we are and come to know that, then in that conscious awareness, even if it's just a little bit of conscious awareness, just something, we begin to empower ourselves. That empowerment is an empowerment that not only begins to see the illusion, the traps, the games where we had believed or thought we were of this body or mind or feelings, but to truly see that we are full and whole and complete of ourselves, and that these are just vehicles for us to ride through, to experience. And as we keep awakening to that, we begin to ask those other questions I said. First, we ask that question, well, who am I really? Who am I? And as we begin to open and discover, not just answer, well, anybody can say, I'm the soul. But could you say that from knowing that is the truth? Because you know that is your experience. So once we can do that, then the soul is like, okay, so I am soul. And here I am in this creation. But where did I come from? And where am I going? So those questions now, we've got to go deeper. The inner kingdom, inwards and upwards. So we've gone deeply now that we've come to the soul awareness. And then the soul begins to even now go deeper within and begins to look more up. As in Jim's guided meditation today, to look up now from where we came and to where we can go towards that which we call God. And that's the real spiritual journey or the spiritual path. All this other, we really can't call a spiritual path. It's more of what we call the inner kingdom and lifting up in our consciousness through our own inner kingdom to come to the doorway where we now, the soul, the divine spark, can step out of this consciousness and now into the true spiritual journey outside of this physical encapsulation of the soul, but now free of it and into these other spiritual realms or spiritual kingdoms beyond this physical. And in here, that's where you'll hear us call not only the physical creation in which we reside, in which this body's talking right now and sharing in the camera, but we talk about an astral kingdom, a realm of imagination. It's another world, just like our physical, but a different frequency, a different dimension that is just as real appearing as the physical. Same thing on another level beyond that, the causal or emotional realm, that is just as real appearing as this physical. And then the mental realm, that is just as real as this physical appears. And then even the etheric realm, or the realm of unconscious, the great void of darkness and emptiness, that is just as real appearing as this physical. And then beyond that, the spiritual realms, the spiritual kingdom, that is more real, that really is the only thing that is real beyond all of this other I just described. But it is only the soul of who we are, that divine spark of God, that can go into that kingdom. That's the thing. That is the only part of us that can go into the kingdom. All these other parts that the soul is experiencing, that I just called us, the mind, emotion, imagination, and body, cannot go there. You know those phrases like, you can't take it with you. No matter what you think and feel or what you do or collect or hold on to, you can't take it with you. You've got to let it all go, because that only comes with the body. And of course, the thoughts and feelings come with those bodies. But it is only the soul that can go into those spiritual kingdoms. And it is that journey of the soul, as we awaken to it right here at the seat of the soul in the physical kingdom, and as that soul now journeys, just like we would move the body from one destination to another, it's a journey, regardless of whether we walk it, drive it, fly it, whatever. Same thing with the soul. There's a journey now. That is what we call the spiritual journey, where the soul literally now leaves the physical body and moves out and begins to journey now through these other kingdoms, these other realms, to have experience, to traverse. And once we've had those experiences we need, visit those places we need to visit, have those experiences to learn and grow, we just continue the journey through every realm and into the spiritual realm. That's what we truly call the spiritual awakening in the truest sense. Not only spiritually awakening to who we are as a soul, but that soul awakening now to the true inner kingdom, the spiritual realms, the spiritual kingdom. Not this inner kingdom I just talked about here personally, but the outer macro greater kingdom spiritually. That is the greater spiritual journey that we are doing here in Inner Light Ministries. Even though we talk about all the other in the inner kingdom, that greater journey of the soul returning home to the spiritual is the journey that we in ILM are doing. That is the greater journey that all the spiritual saints and sages and teachers have always taught and have talked about. As even Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within. And we have to really go to God. God is of spirit. So if we want to worship God or love God or be with God, we've got to go to where God is. Not bring God here. God is here through us, the soul. But we, the soul, have left that kingdom to come into this kingdom or creation. So this action of meditation, the spiritual walk or journey we're doing in ILM, is the soul now going back to the spiritual. Back to where we came from, to meet up again, once again, with our Creator that we call God. And God is very real. How can I say that? Because I know that through my experience. I know God directly through these inner journeys, through these spiritual awakenings. And that is what we teach in Inner Light Ministries, and that is what we encourage and give the tools, the understanding, the how-to for those of you that feel that urging, that longing, that calling within you, that you want to know and come awake and go home and come to know God face to face for yourself. That is the spiritual journey that we share and teach about here at Inner Light Ministries. Everything we do is all about that. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to continue on however you'd like.
Okay. Well, the meditation I began with today is a meditation I developed back when I was 7, 8 years old. I approached God as a child, not as an adult. I approached Him without all the mental and emotional baggage that we as adults often have. And I think that was very fortunate for me. I was somebody who could see auras even though I didn't know what they were, but I could see the colors around people. I could see the movement of energy from the emotions into the mind, and the mind into the emotions, and all the chaos and disturbance that people create. I could see healing energy coming into people, and sometimes they would accept it and sometimes they would reject it. And a lot of people just wouldn't allow it because they didn't know what it was. And I just saw so many different things as a child. And one thing that I saw that really helped me to begin to develop that action of meditation inside of myself, the way I just opened it up today, was a moment in time back when I was 7 years old, and I went to a church service, and I would always sit in the back of the church, or not always, but most of the time I would sit in the back of the church because I wanted to look around and see the movement of all this energy that I would witness with people and see the different colors and try to figure out what was going on and trying to understand it. And the one thing that I experienced that day when I was 7 years old and sitting there watching all this going on, and it's just no one knew what I was watching for or looking for, and I still didn't understand it myself. I was still trying to understand and to grasp it. So I'm sitting there, and the minister comes in, and he calls everybody to stand and to begin to say the Lord's Prayer. And I began to say it with the congregation. And instantly, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Instantly I saw this great light within each person gather together and rise up to the top of the head, as they said, which art in heaven. And I knew in that moment that was something very meaningful, very powerful. And I knew that I witnessed something in that moment that could help me to understand what it was I was seeing and what it was I was longing for. Because I was always crying out to God. I longed for God. I wanted to be in oneness with God. I could remember being in oneness, not in the body, but being in the body, found myself in separation, and I did not like it, and I wanted to go back into the oneness. And I think many of us as children had that same experience, that same want in some form or another. And when I experienced this that day with people saying the Lord's Prayer and watching this brilliant light go up to the top of the head for a moment, and just this flash of light, not in everybody, but in most, I began to realize that that's what I wanted. I wanted to be able to live that moment of all that going up inside of me and live into that light that was at the top of the head and beyond, that responded to Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. So I went home that day and began for a long time, when I would go and sit and do my meditation, do my prayer. It wasn't a meditation at the time. I called it prayer because I did not know anything about meditation back then. So I would sit in prayer and I would focus on how do I gather that light, that energy up inside of me and bring it up. And I would try to figure that out and try to understand it. And then one day I realized, oh my God, all I have to do is allow it to happen. I don't have to make it happen, because none of those people in that church were making it happen. They just experienced it, even if it was unconscious. It happened without them focusing on it or making it happen. So I meditated, prayed on that, asking God to help me to understand better how to enter into this action and to allow it to happen so that I could begin to experience that more and more. Well, that's where this meditation I shared today came about. That was my prayer with God for assistance in bringing all this light and loving together, level by level, part by part of myself, upward, 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 until finally it all could come together as one at the top of the head, at the spiritual eye center, or the spiritual heart, as it's often called. And that's what I began to do daily, daily, daily. And I made it very complicated at first, trying to make it happen and to figure it out. And then all of a sudden I realized it's simple. It's so simple, just like the Lord's Prayer. And so I went back to that first statement in the Lord's Prayer and began to focus on how simple that was. And I looked inside myself and I began to see all these different components of myself: my physical body, my emotional body, my mental body. And I began to focus on bringing that loving, that light, that presence of God that I could see rise up in people to the awareness at the top of the head. I started to bring that awareness inward and upward in an action of awakening and knowing of itself. And it worked. And what I shared with you today is something that I do often, because it's always worked for me. Ever since I was 7, 8 years old, it has always worked for me. And it helps me to focus to more of a one-pointed focus of my prayer or my meditation. And it helps me to bring that one-pointed focus through all the levels of myself, right up into that which is God itself. And so you might want to begin to see if you can create that for yourself. And we've shared a lot of different kinds of meditations, and I'm sure you have developed your own way of focusing in meditation as you go in and begin to focus on the hue and then the sacred name of God and the seat of the soul and awakening, to begin to allow yourself to experience that divine movement at the top of the head and beyond. You are divine. That's who you really are. And that's what this practice is all about, is waking up to the divine within you. It isn't about perfecting the mind, perfecting the emotions, raising the kundalini, becoming psychic, becoming aware at those psychic levels. That's just a part of nature itself and the physical reality. What we're here about is that which is beyond all of that. And it's all about where you came from and where you're going to end up returning to eventually, which is the realms of spirit and the very heart of God itself. This action that we do, just like what I shared in that meditation today, is a way of focusing beyond all these levels of distraction and disturbance that are in this physical world. A good point in that was I was going into meditation with you all, and I was at the seat of the soul and merging more into that great light, and my mind rose up and said, "Your cell phone's on." Well, what am I going to do? Well, I got caught up in that, and I kept thinking, now, do I get my phone out and turn it off, or do I sit here and continue my meditation? And then after the phone's off, I could go ahead and meditate. What am I going to do? And I spent probably 5 minutes trying to figure out, what am I going to do? And then I realized, my intention is to meditate. I'm going to go back to where I was at peace a minute ago, and really wake up more and more into that light. And if my phone rings, it does, and we'll deal with it if it happens. So I went into meditation, and I went back into quite a beautiful experience for that moment, knowing that when I did come back into the body, and I did have my eyes open, I could go ahead and turn that phone off. And that's what I did. So it's a matter of paying attention and putting first things first. I always say God first and God only. And I had to make that effort in that moment to put God first and not let anything of this world stand in the way of God. And that's what we often do. We have things that stand between us and God. little things and big things. And we have to begin to pay attention to what is that stands between us and God. We long for God. We're spending time in meditation to awaken into God. But is there something that is standing between us and God that might block us, that might keep us focused down and out and not inward and upward? Or that causes disturbance, that blocks the way? That's something that each of us have to pay attention to as we go into meditation. And anything that stands between us and God, it's for us to let go of it. Just like that cell phone being on could have caused my whole meditation to be shot, because that would have stood between me and the spiritual presence within me. God dwells right here inside, at the seat of the soul, because you are soul first. And it's that soul that carries the divine essence of God. You were created with the divine essence as a soul, and that's who you are, the living, loving essence of the Lord. And when we are focused in meditation, when we're focused in prayer, when we're focused inward and upward, that is what we're looking to awaken to and to start living into more and more every day. But there's also that possibility of something standing between you and God. And this morning it was a cell phone for me. It all of a sudden distracted me. It brought me back into the mind. It brought me back into trying to figure something out. And then I stopped and I said, nope, I'm going to focus on God first. I'm not going to let this get in the way. And it was really getting in the way. After about 4 or 5 minutes, I realized it. But for those 4 or 5 minutes, I was really caught up in it. I was caught up in, what do I do? How do I handle this? Do I do this? Do I do that? And I just kept going on and on for a few minutes until I went, wait a minute. This is between me and God now. This is not allowing me to go forward into what I really am focused to do. So I put it aside, put it back in the world where it belonged, and I went on to spirit. I went on to awaken to that presence of God within me. And that's what we have to do every day we sit down to meditate, is to put the world aside for a time. However that meditation, however long that's going to be, put it aside and let it rest there. It's going to be there when you come back and start focusing on the world again, believe me. And it's going to come rushing back and going, okay, now what are you going to do about me? I need some attention here. But you in time can learn to set those things aside and leave them there until it's time for you then to handle them. And that way they don't get between you and God. And that could be your relationship disturbances. That could be something at work. That could be something in friendship. That could be something about your own health. It could be a lot of different things, not just a cell phone that you will want to set aside. And it's learning how to really let go and then let God. And it makes a big difference if you can do that in your meditation. Set aside all those things. Don't let them get in the way of you and your relationship with God. Your relationship with God is first and foremost. That's why I always say God first and God only. That's what it's really all about. Why we're here in the world is for so many different reasons. But all those reasons focus on one thing, and that is the soul learning about itself, the soul awakening to its true nature, the soul coming to understand God's creation and all that is in it, and how we can participate in it, but not get caught up in it, and always remember where we really came from and where we're going. And we're in this world for a reason. And you want to find what that reason is and live that reason to its fullest. But you don't let that reason get in the way of your relationship with God's loving. You live the reason you're here, but you don't make that reason the first and foremost in everything of your life. The first and the foremost is awakening and staying awake to the truth of who you really are. And then you can bring all that loving, all that wisdom, all those blessings that are in God, in you as a soul, into that daily life, into those events, into that reason that you're here in this world, and use that to your advantage to awaken fully on all levels of consciousness and live God wherever you find yourself. Whether it's caught up in the physical world, the physical self, the imaginational self, the emotional self, the mental self, or the unconscious. And we live in all these different components all the time, and we're ever switching from one to another. And we're so busy caught up in all of that, we lose sight of our true identity. And that's what the world wants us to do. Lose sight of our own identity and just identify ourselves as all these different components of the self here. But there truly is something much greater, much grander, much more wonderful that lies beyond all these physical components. That is your true self. That light, that loving, that grace of God that you are. And if you can awaken to that, and then bring all of that into all these other components of self, you're going to find life transformed. You're going to find your life very, very different. And you're going to find that your focus is in a very different place than it was a few years ago, a few weeks ago. Because you're now awakening and living more from that spiritual self, that truth that resides here and beyond, rather than just caught up in the mind or the emotions or so on. I know this for myself to be very true. I learned it very early on. I look at a phrase that Jesus pointed out to people, that we all have to become like these children, this child that we are, innocent, open, vulnerable, and ever focused on the simplicity of life and on the loving of life. And that's what children are focused on. They focus in simplicity. They focus in innocence. They focus in vulnerability. They focus in openness. They focus in wanting to learn and grow and be aware. And they focus on that loving. They want loving. And they want to share the loving they know inside of themselves. And in some places, the world allows it for them. In other places, in other homes, in other families, it's shut down. We have to become that innocent, vulnerable child. Or if we're fortunate enough to stay open and vulnerable and innocent as a child. And that's what happened for me. I was very fortunate. I had an outer environment as well as an inner environment that allowed me to awaken to that and to become that which I truly am, which is the soul of the divine, the living, loving essence of the Lord, and live that on all levels of my beingness as best I can in any given moment. And I get distracted just like a little while ago with my cell phone. I get caught up in those things in the world. But I know where my focus really wants to be and needs to be in order to be in alignment and at peace with myself and with the world around me. If I'm at peace inside myself, the world can be in chaos, but I can continue to hold my focus in peace and find my way through the chaos as best I can. Or sometimes it's just sit down and close my eyes and truly go into the peace and let the chaos continue on for a while until it either calms down or goes away. Because I'm not feeding the chaos, it will go somewhere else where it can get the energy it needs from others being disturbed by that chaos, and they leave me alone. I hope that all makes sense. I hope maybe you can relate to somewhat of what I'm sharing right now. Because I want you to begin to know that innocent child inside of you, that loving child inside of you, that child that is ever looking upward for something greater than itself, because it knows there is something upward greater than itself that it wants to be in harmony with, in loving with in oneness with. And that is the divine. That is God. That is the place where your soul came from. Your soul was created, and it will go back to its creator at the completion of what the soul has come here to learn. And that's what this pathway is all about. For those souls that are really at that phase in their existence of completing this creation, completing these lessons, completing what their soul came here to do, we're here to assist in that action of gaining clarity and understanding of purpose and direction of how to do just that, to move beyond this world and move back into that place where you came from and find your peace and find your loving and find your joy and find you. Find you, the truth of you, the spirit of you, the soul of you, the loving of you, and to live that more fully every day. It's not to be just lived in that moment of prayer and that moment of meditation with your eyes closed, but it's to live it fully, to bring it into every part of your existence, into every moment of the day and night. And when you lose focus of that, and you will, because that's how the physical consciousness works, you'll know how to refocus inside and bring that essence forward so that you can reconnect and reconnect and reconnect again into it and begin to live it more fully every day. And that takes effort, and that takes focus, and that takes willingness to do what I'm describing. To sit down and wake up. Sit down and go into meditation. Sit down and become the living prayer that Jesus talked to us about becoming. Be the living prayer. Be the living meditation. Be the living sacred name. And let your soul begin to live its fullness of itself even at these levels. This physical creation is nothing but an illusion of that which is in spirit. It's a reflection of the true. It is not the true. And what the soul is wanting to do now is to leave this world of reflection and illusion and go back to the true. Go back from which it came. The soul, that spirit of you that is God in you, is not of this creation. This creation is a separate creation. You were created in the realms of spirit and soul. You were created in a separate creation than this physical. You came into this physical creation as a soul to experience this creation because God wanted to know all of creation, the higher and the lower, the spiritual and the physical, the real and the unreal, if you will, the illusion. And that's what we're here to assist God in coming to the knowing of itself more fully. If it's time for you now to go home from which you came, then it might be time for you to look deeply inside yourself and find the truth of who you really are. And that's not done by studying and reading mystical teachings, psychic readings and teachings. It's done by going inside, being silent, being still, and waking up in that stillness to who you really are. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know who you are in God. Be still. Find that place of peace and calmness and stillness inside of you, letting go of all the elements of the physical, and in that stillness, wake up to the truth of who you really are. That's what ILM, Inner Light Ministries, is all about. That's what Brian and I are all about, is to share that way, that action, those teachings that will give clarity and understanding in what this is all about. Ultimately, you will find out one day, maybe in one life, that you are more than this physical body, that you are more than your mind, your emotions, and your desires. And find out the truth of who you really are is a divine, living, loving essence of God. And one day, this pathway will reappear itself again for you to look at again and maybe make a decision about, well, maybe I'll give that a try. Maybe I'll do that for a while. Well, let me say one thing about that. This pathway is a lifelong journey. Just like the pathway in the physical world is a multi-life journey, this pathway is a lifelong journey. It's one you begin to investigate, to study, and to practice. And it's through that practice of the meditation inwardly that you begin to wake up, begin to understand, begin to experience, little by little, transformation, change, movement, letting go of things, picking up new tools, and transforming your life. Transforming your life in great ways. And it takes time. It takes time just like anything else. To get an education, it takes not days, not weeks, but years of learning, of practicing, of studying, of doing, of repeating, in order for us to gain the education that we have. And it takes time as well to gain the understanding and the wisdom and the insight and the experience on the inner. And so truly it does become a lifelong experience, a lifelong journey. But when you begin to see the light and hear the inner sound and experience the growth and the movement and the greater freedom and the greater peace and the greater joy that comes from it, you will most lovingly and willingly and wantingly sit down and meditate, to continue living in that living, loving essence that you are, and continue to awaken to the divine within you, and to let that be your new center from which you live, not the mind or the emotions where we find ourselves living so much caught up in this world, but rather you live from that center of loving within yourself here at the seat of the soul and beyond. And then you let that radiate down to where that becomes your new center point from which you live. Allow yourself an opportunity to do just that. And for all of us that are already initiated and doing this practice, we know the importance of what this life journey is all about. And many of us are living it more fully every day. And it's so simple and easy. But when we first looked at it, it seemed like, oh my God, are you kidding me? How am I going to do this? I know that because I know how I felt when I was 7, 8 years old. And I know how I felt when I was 16, 17 years old and getting more caught up in the world and all that the world was presenting itself to me as a young adult. And I had to keep my focus on God first. And sometimes that wasn't that easy. Sometimes I really went off tangent for a while, getting caught up in the world. But I'd be out there for a little while and get caught up in stuff, and then I'd look and I'd go, God, I'm miserable. What's going on? I've never felt like this. And I'd go, oh, I haven't been meditating. I haven't been praying. It was prayer even at 17, 18. It was about 18, 19 years old that I first learned about meditation. So I'd go back to my prayer. And I'd go back into simplicity again, not getting caught up in the world, not putting the world first, not putting all those activities in the way of being God. And that was a choice. And it was a difficult choice sometimes because the world was pulling on me. The world wanted me to come and get caught up in it. Come on, what are you doing? This is important. This is life. Don't you want to live life? Well, not that way. That's not the life I want. There's pain, there's sorrow, there's hurt, there's anger, there's frustration and all that. I want my peace. The peace that I've known for so many years, I wanted to go back into again. And I did. And I found out that all I had to do was simply go back inside and focus on God first and live into that flow of loving that is God in me. And I had what I wanted. I didn't need all the noise and the hoopla and the activity that the world offered me. I just needed that calmness, that peace, that centeredness, that oneness, and I was fulfilled. And I've had events like that throughout my life where things get me caught up in the world and distract me and try to pull me out. And I just have to sit down, close my eyes, and remind myself where I really came from, who I really am, and where I'm really going. I'm going to go back into the heart of God. I'm going to go back into that loving essence that I am. And that's where I am right now, living my life in that centeredness, living my life in that calmness, living my life to the fullest on all levels of life. And some people would say, no, you're not. You're avoiding the world. You're not doing the world. You're not doing all this stuff out here. And that's true, I'm not. Because I know that that's not where I need to be now. I need to be in that centeredness with God's loving and living that to its fullest. And then all this other is just quieted down. It's answered. And I can live the truth of who I really am. And that's what this pathway is about. Living the truth of who you really are. It's simple. It's easy. It's grace-filled. It will unfold right before you. And it's just up to you to pay attention, be aware, and make choices at every moment of every day of where am I really living from? What am I really living into? And how am I really going to live my life? Caught up in the world or caught up in loving in God? It's really all a choice. In every moment of every day, it's a choice. So I know what this path has to offer. I've lived this path a long time. I'm 71, almost 72 in a month and a half. And I started it around the age of 5, 6 years old. So I've lived it many years, and I've been on the ups and the downs of it all, on the inward and the outward of it all. And I know where I want to hold my focus and live from now, more and more every day. Back when I was 7, 8, 9 years old, I thought, oh my God, I've got a whole lifetime of life experience. What am I going to do? How am I going to do this? Well, I lived it every day, and I had to make a choice every day. Where's my focus going to be? On them and the disturbance and the chaos and the joy and all that out there? Or am I going to be focused where there's the stillness inside? And it was a choice every day, every moment of every day. And it was just ever paying attention and making that choice. And that's what life is. We make choices and then we live with the results of that choice. And sometimes we make wise choices and sometimes we make not so wise choices. And we live with the results of that choice. I have found that if I keep choosing God first, if I keep putting God first, if I keep moving and living in the loving first, then I've made wise choices. And I live in my happiness and my peace and my joy and in my gratitude. I'm grateful to myself for the choices I make, and I'm grateful for the life of spirit that I live into every day. And it really is just a choice. Every day I get up, I make the choice to meditate. And sometimes my body says, no, we've got so much to do. We don't really have time. Come on, Jim, we just don't have time. Maybe we can find time tonight. But right now, we've got to get busy. We've got a lot of things to get done. Or maybe I'll oversleep and I'll look at the clock and I'll go, oh gosh, I don't have my time to meditate now. And my body consciousness will just tell me, and you don't. We can't do it now. You overslept, and that's going to be the way it is. So we don't meditate today. Well, I've learned to make time anyway. I do my meditation anyway. I choose to do my meditation instead of the world anyway. And when I do, I'm at peace. I'm centered. I'm calm. I'm quiet. And it's easier then for me to move through the day and get things done and fill myself with my loving and with my fulfillment of things in the world. It's just a choice. And when I don't meditate, I go, okay, I get it. I've got to get these things done. I'll go through the day, and I'll be maybe halfway, maybe even 3/4 through the day. And I'll realize something's off, something's not right, something's following me around, disturbing me, whatever it feels like. And then I'll remember, oh, I didn't meditate today. Oh my goodness. And sometimes I'll sit down right then and I'll meditate. Maybe for 10 minutes, maybe for a half an hour. But I'll get myself more centered inside myself. And then I get up and go ahead and complete what it was I was doing. But in that, I feel more calm. I feel more centered. I feel more focused and able to fulfill everything with ease in a way that before it was just, oh my God, this is so hard. Why is this so hard? What's going on? You didn't meditate. And many of the initiates, many people that are involved in ILM and doing the meditation, maybe with the focus of, I will get initiated and get that sacred name so that it will carry me higher. They're learning. They know, just as I'm sharing, that meditation truly does come first once you begin to awaken into it and experience that centeredness and that calmness. It's a living it every day, every day. I've seen people who meditate and they get very high up into the soul realms and moving towards spirit. And then they go, okay, I've done it. I've liberated my soul. And now I'm going to go do other things. And they stop meditating. And then they get caught back up in the world and just go back out and down, not realizing what's happened. Until maybe years later, they come back and go, okay, now what do I do? I stopped meditating. Things are not going well. I'm in disturbance. I'm angry. What do I do? And I just say, start meditating again. You've done it. You have the skills. You have the ability. Just start doing it once again and stop living so caught up in the world. Do the world. Fulfill the world. Enjoy the world. But don't be the world. Don't be so much a part of it anymore. And they go and begin to do that for the most part, and they find it's true. And that's just part of life. That's part of the lessons that we have to learn. And when people do go back out into the world, we don't say much of anything. We just let them do what they need to go do. That's where their lessons are right now. And when they get learned and completed, oftentimes they do come back and begin the journey again. And they don't have to begin it again all over from scratch, because they have a strong foundation that they've built in meditation to where they can move very easily and quickly into that practice once they give it focus again. It's really quite beautiful and wonderful, this whole journey of life. And it's for each of us to find the wonder and the beauty, the simplicity and the loving that life truly has to offer us. It doesn't have to be so hard. It doesn't have to be so cruel. It doesn't have to be so lonely. So look and see Where is your path taking you? And is there maybe another path that you could be walking that would offer you something different, more fulfilling and purposeful? And maybe give that a try if you haven't already done so. All right. Well, I think I'm complete there. That was a mouthful. So I guess we'll take a break for right now before going into question and answer.
Yeah. Would 40 minutes be good, Kels, on the sun? So we'll be back somewhere between 3:45 and 3:50 to begin the Q&A. So everybody enjoy your break. Get yourselves awake or meditate more if you'd like. That's always nice to do. We'll be having the Hue playing on the break, and we'll put up also on the screen the info@island.org if you have any questions you'd like to email in, that when we reconvene here in about 45 minutes, that we'll move into Q&A time to do until approximately 6 o'clock.
Yep,
So,
our time, Central Time.
yep. All right, so we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Thank you. Now, welcome back. We're going to move towards question and answer. And we just ask you to keep your questions focused on the spiritual path and the spiritual journey that you're on, not about the world and all that goes on in the world. Those are your lessons and the means by which you learn and clear a lot for yourself so that you can liberate yourself easily. So just do keep your questions focused on spirit, and it'll be a lot easier for all of us.
And we'll do our best to let you know what exactly we mean by that when we get questions that really more are about the storyline of somebody's physical life. We'll try to explain that too what Jim just said. In other words, it's stuff like your relationships, your jobs, your career, all those stuff, all that kind of stuff, rather than about your awarenesses, your inner experiences, your dreams, your spiritual truths or wisdoms and all that. That's what we're here to help give clarity and understanding.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay out of the speaker?
Yeah?
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Oh, I got pretty relaxed on that break there. Wow.
Meditation question. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I have so enjoyed today and have spent much of it either in meditation or listening to laugh talks. I've been having a repetitive movement in my meditation that I'm finding difficult to hold on to. What happens is the sound current comes forward in a really dynamic way, with a pathway of pure white light. When this happens, I find my body goes into a weird place and bolts me out of my meditation as if I have just been hit with a volt of electricity. A few of us in the UK were discussing this at our laugh session. Firstly, the only way I can describe this movement is ecstatic. There do not seem many words I can use to describe it. The sound current is extremely loud that moves with this, so it feels as if I'm moving at the speed of light. This sends my body into a weird place. I know that I ought to be able to just relax, but the dynamic of it is so difficult to stay with. Whenever I have this happen, I jump out of meditation with a start and then start chanting again, and the same thing happens. What do I need to do other than just be patient with myself? Thank you so much for being here.
Do you want to start?
No, you do.
There's definitely a couple different levels here that I'd like to address. And part of it is obviously the white light and the sound are dealing with the true spiritual essence, because we call this the path of sound and light, which is God's loving. The other part can sometimes be referred to as the Shakti energy, and it's more of a metaphysical or the Kundalini energy, which is surrounding in the body, through the body, just like acupuncture has its meridians, the auric field around it, things like that that are electrical, chemical or electrical biology, however you want to put it. And when that light and the sound of the Holy Spirit come into the physical consciousness, that when we haven't, well, I like that, what you said. First of all, I want to say you're on the right track when you said, I know I should be able to relax. That is actually a proper should. And of course, it always takes time and practice. The main thing is I would encourage you to keep practicing the relaxing into. That is the main thing I've done. When these things happen, they can be quite jolting, shocking, however you want to put it. But I have found when I can relax, even when it hits, because after it sounds like you've had repetition of it, and that's the key. Once you realize these things happen over and over, at first it's foreign to the body, so the body will kind of react in a protective way, and that's just the tightening up. That's part of the instinctual nature, the animal nature, like I was talking about today. But once we see something recurring over and over, and we begin to realize we are okay. In other words, the animal nature inside of us realizes it's not going to be hurt, it's not going to be killed, there's no reason to fight, and there's no reason to run. And that itself, when we acknowledge that and realize that, we'll start to relax. So then when it happens again, we'll go a little deeper now. It'll be there, and our first response will want to be like what we do before and react. But then we go, no, I've done that, I'm okay, and we'll relax a little more. And we'll be able to take it further, and just so far, and then we'll do what we did again. And then later it'll happen again, and then you go, okay, I'll relax again. In other words, it's the repetition that over time, you'll actually be able to find your way to relax through it so that eventually at some point, and once you really begin this in earnest, it doesn't really take that long. It just depends on how far and few between each of those types of experiences is. But you'll train yourself in a way that when it happens, your trained response will be, now, when this happens, I will relax rather than react. That's actually a good little phrase right there. Relax rather than react. That's really the key for a lot of things, let alone the spiritual journey here. Because most of the things that are startling or unknown to us, it creates a fear. Like I said, the animal nature is one of protection. And it's that fear that makes us react and contract. And in that, it attaches. In that attachment, then it creates, it's like shutting the door down so it doesn't allow the greater movement of spirit. Just like Jim and I both shared in meditation, as we open up, that loving eventually pours through all the different parts of our consciousness. And when it does that, it itself will help us relax. And in that relaxation is where now we can let go and lift out of all of those things of the physical nature. So it's really just the training. I could end right there, but I'll say a little more. So as you learn to relax, you're going to begin to discover now more of what is taking place as that light and sound move through you, and you'll start to see what we call the action of grace. And it's that movement of God's loving that truly does begin to now liberate the soul from all of its attachments in the physical body itself, as well as our thoughts, our feelings, our fantasies, our wishes, our desires, our fears, our judgments, all of that. Because that's what the Holy Spirit is doing with us as we walk this journey. And that's really key in all this, for all of this. So what I'm sharing now, in a way, even though we're talking about it more for that type of experience you're describing, I'm really answering that for that, and really just the way we approach this pathway in general, for that matter. And the other part of it, for me, that hopefully you'll find for yourself as well, is that I found all of these experiences very exciting and fascinating. And so my attitude or approach was one of curiosity and excitement of discovery. I was always enthusiastic and excited for the next experience, which motivated me and inspired me to keep meditating more often and for longer periods to have more experiences. And I found, especially when I'd have those kind of Shakti experiences that really jolted the physical, I actually found it pleasurable, because I didn't know it at the time, but I realized it over time, as Jim shared with me, and as I just experienced it, that freeing, liberating experience where it would help me detach from the physical body. And then when it happened, sometimes when it happened, I had very profound experiences, inwards, as well as literally while I was in the body, and just white lights, and sometimes I'd go out of body. And other times my body would just tingle and then relax, just these deep states of relaxation that were profound on just a physical level, let alone a metaphysical or spiritual level. And again, as I was sharing about the animal nature, that when we approach it in loving, the animal nature just opens up and becomes more receptive. And so this question and how I'm answering is very pertinent to the talk I just gave today. But the key is, if you hear what I'm saying in all this, is one, not only to approach it with openness, relaxation, and receptivity, but also one of trying to change how you approach things out of a joy, an adventure, a curiosity, an openness to discover rather than a fear or a protection. Because that's what the body's doing. Somewhere inside of you, you have an unconscious protective mechanism that tightens up rather than opens up. And it is not uncommon, because as we awaken to the spirit, it is not uncommon for the body to go into fear of death, because the body is afraid of dying because it knows it will. But we, the soul, eventually discover we do not die. But that's not what the body cannot say that. But as we, the soul, in that understanding of we are eternal, now allow that loving and gentleness into the body at some point does begin to relax and become more receptive to it, because the body will even realize, I shouldn't just say the body, it's really more the whole ego, animal nature, physical, astral, causal, mental, etheric, that just relaxes and becomes more receptive to the process, because like I said, it's pleasurable, it brings peace, and all those other animal aspects enjoy that, because that's what the Holy Spirit does. It brings comfort, it brings peace, there's an enjoyment there. And so it's learning to, again, I use the word learning here, but really it's not a learning, it's an experiential retraining that part of us to be more open and receptive, until eventually it just naturally does that. Because we were conditioned into reaction and closing down, which caused separation. And now there is this re-educational process where we start to train ourselves to be more open and receptive. And then as we do, then eventually when we open and allow enough spirit in, then we just surrender and let go and let spirit take over, so to speak. So we don't have to retrain ourselves anymore, but rather we just allow the unfolding now of that spiritual nature of who we are in relation with the Holy Spirit. Because when you describe the sound current and the white light like that, that is the Holy Spirit. It's the soul is one in the Holy Spirit, but yet the Holy Spirit is a separate aspect of God. That's why there's the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's a separate aspect within the oneness, which I know doesn't make sense, but it will when you have that experience, what that is. That separate action of the Holy Spirit is the very thing that this pathway is that we share here, that liberates the soul from all of its karmas and attachments in this physical creation. And just on that level says a lot. When you have that Shakti thing, it goes back to where I first started, that even when it's physically jolting, that is the Holy Spirit coming in and shaking the soul free from its attachments to this physical creation. And I could go on and on. Believe me, there's all kinds of wonderful things in all this, but that's my little scenic tour of an answer for now, and if Jim would like to add anything.
Well, that electrical sensation is the process of the soul separating from the physical consciousness, from the body. And it may take time for you to finally relax into it. The body consciousness immediately wants to grab a hold and pull you back, and that's what you're experiencing. But in time, as you talk to the body consciousness and just say, I'll be back, everything is fine, I'm just going to go on a journey right now, and this is a journey that you really physically can't go on with me. So I'm going to go and I'll come back. And you have to talk to yourself sometimes in that way so that you yourself, the consciousness, knows what's really happening and can allow it. And so that way your body will allow it as well as your soul, will be allowed to finally do the separation and go on. So give yourself time, talk to yourself about giving permission, allowing, everything's going to be fine. And I think you'll find in time that it'll just happen naturally. It's going to happen naturally anyway. And it's just a matter of relaxing. You're in the next phase of the journey. And being able to separate from the body and consciousness and travel into spirit, that's a next phase that you're on. And the body consciousness, the mind, the emotions, nothing can go there. They cannot go above themselves. And so you have to realize that this is just you letting go and being aware, waking up to the fact that, oh my God, I'm more than the body, I'm more than the mind, I'm more than the emotions, I'm more. And I want to wake up into what more that is and live that more fully. So that's a very good indicator of you're taking the next steps, and I would just say keep taking them.
It's funny because once in a while, I don't think about this much, but all of a sudden it came in again. Isn't it interesting how Jim and I can answer all these questions?
Because we've done it.
Isn't it interesting? Like, how do we know all this stuff to go into actually a lot of detail about all these kinds of mystical, metaphysical, spiritual, all kinds of wild stuff, as well as peaceful and ordinary stuff? I'm just putting that out there.
Okay.
Wouldn't you like to know? That's the carrot I'm dangling, obviously. Of course you'd like to know. Well, there's no secret other than everything we talk about, just like answering the questions, teaching the meditation, all of it. That's the secret. We share the secret all the time. And the secret, though, is beholden, so to speak, by those who really apply it all. So the real secret is putting into action everything we actually talk about.
Okay, Jim and Brian. I have two main reoccurring patterns in my meditations
That's all? Wow, that's pretty good.
over the years. The first one is my body gets zapped.
We're on shock and zap today. I love it. It's great.
So it gets zapped quite a long time, and it feels like electricity running through my whole body.
This is a different person, right?
Completely different person in a completely different part of the world.
That's awesome. I love it.
Practically opposite ends of the
Wow.
world.
That is so cool when there's a theme like that. So
My body is forced to be stuck in one position. Either I am meditating lying down or sitting in the chair, so my posture doesn't make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to move my body at times and certainly can't move. And at first it was very scary, but I got used to it as it happened many times. And right after this small electrocution, I hear each time a loud voice, usually first, or only small voices, and a message most of the time I can write down after, or just Brian's voice teaching to my family sometimes, even though I am unaware of exact messages. And it is just his voice, and I can't remember the content of the message sometimes.
That's still the best. And the voice is key even more than the visual.
Other times the message is very clear. So it is pleasant to know I hear the voices at times, and I'm kind of looking for it when it has been a while, but not looking forward to the unpleasant experience prior. Why do I have to experience something unpleasant, most likely to pin me down in my meditation before enjoying the voices?
We already answered that question, but let's do it again from a different, but go ahead.
It really isn't electrocution. It is really the soul separating from the physical consciousness. And there's that part of you that's still aware of the physical and not letting go of it enough to go with the soul as a soul consciousness to experience beyond it that easily. It'll take time. Just give yourself time, but also let yourself relax. Don't try to hold on to the body. Don't try to get back in the body. Don't try to move the body, but let it relax, let it be still, and begin to awaken more into the knowing of yourself as the soul body, not the physical. And then it'll be an easier separation and you'll continue on the journey. So it's a good place to be. It's a good experience. When you're hearing the voices, it means that really you're moving more into the soul consciousness, the soul body, and beginning to be aware of what that is on the other side. And that's a good place to be, and continue on so that you can really even have much, much more.
I am thrilled for you to be having these, first of all. That is absolutely wonderful. And you actually already are learning the key that I said earlier, because you've been having these things happen over and over. So over time, you'll just realize it's okay, just like I shared in the previous one. Eventually, the physical consciousness realizes that it's going to be okay. There's nothing to worry about or fear. And that definitely helps to be able to go, more out of body or to let go. If anything, just the electrocution type of stuff is truly dissolving, which is a form of execution, dissolving or killing off the attachments that would hold the soul in the body. So that's obviously a wonderful thing. And over time, you'll start to discover, like I said, there's a pleasure in it. There's a pleasurableness, because eventually you begin to see and experience the results of it, of the peace that comes in, the deep relaxation, and then the continuation and expansion of the spiritual experience once enough of that's been zapped away. Because that happened for me quite a bit too for a while, where now it's very little that I'll have that, because once it's dissolved, it's dissolved. So there's not that type of jolt, so to speak, but more just a easier movement of that spirit within the consciousness. The other thing I want to say that's really wonderful, you're actually hearing the radiant form. That's a real key there, because sometimes people will have more metaphysical. A lot of people that are looking to be metaphysical will hear other voices. That can sometimes be misleading. So the fact that you're hearing my voice, or if you hear Jim's, the main thing is hearing really the radiant form's voice. And that's key. So to hear that you said that's what you're experiencing, is you can't get any better than that. That is literally the highest energy. That's the Holy Spirit that will use the voice of the spiritual teacher for those that are initiated on this pathway. So I'm actually goosebumps type of thing. I'm thrilled for you that you are really, truly living the pathway and doing the meditation if you're having those kinds of experiences. And if you're having that, boy, I hope you keep getting zapped over and over if those are the voices you're hearing and all that, because that truly is the grace of the Holy Spirit working with you. And I also want to let you know, one, it's wonderful you actually remember most of the messages, but the ones you don't remember, don't worry. It's not necessary for the physical level consciousness memory. When we have certain experiences where the Holy Spirit or the radiant form is working with us inwardly, that is working with us on all those other levels. And a lot of those messages can be for the other levels that can specifically apply to you as you're moving through the karmas, through the different realms, the astral, the causal, the mental, the etheric. And a lot of those often you won't bring back as memory because they don't apply to anything here at the physical consciousness. And I'm one who always loves remembering as much as I can, and when I don't, sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could remember that. It's okay. Your soul had the experience. Your soul knows. And that's the key. Whether you remember that mentally on this level doesn't really matter. What matters is you've had the experience, and that is what's important here for the soul in this journey of awakening. So,
And I've got more to say. So there's a saying, die the little death daily, so that when the greater death comes, you will not feel its sting. And that's really the truth. When a lot of people who have never been on a spiritual path physically die, the soul has to separate itself from all the physical components that it's been attached to all this lifetime. Every cell and every molecule and every part of the body is attached to the soul, and the soul is attached to the body. And when the soul begins to separate from the body, it's called dying by 1,000 stings or 1,000 cuts. And it can be painful. It can be painful when the soul begins to withdraw that life force, and it's very disturbing for many people. So what you're experiencing is dying the little death daily. It's that process of every time you're letting go more and more of the physical body, you're feeling that little sting or that little jolt of electricity that goes along with the separation, but you're doing it daily until you finally begin to do it without any process or problem with the physical body holding on. But the physical body will try to hold on to the soul as long as it can, because it knows the moment it separates, the body is going to die. But on this spiritual journey, you can separate the soul from the body, and the body will continue on for you to be able to return and continue then having experience in the world. So be patient and know that you're dying the little death daily rather than dying it and going through the whole thing at once. And it's a wonderful thing to be experiencing, because you're really experiencing life waking up to the fullness of itself and not being trapped by the body. So I hope that makes sense. Just know that you're dying the little death daily, as a lot of mystical teachers have taught over the centuries. And that's a key factor here. And you're experiencing the dying the little death daily in order to liberate the soul.
awesome. And I do want to say these first couple questions are great examples of what we mean by asking spiritual questions and holding the focus there. This is really good.
Yeah.
And you can see, look at all the information that we're sharing and all
yeah.
that. This is wonderful. Thank you for whoever wrote those questions. And let's see who's going to get zapped next.
Well, the other reoccurring pattern in this person's meditation,
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. We only went through the first part.
and she says, I know it's also spiritual, as I never have it during the daytime, is my difficulty breathing. And it always comes with a loud, rattling, scary sound. And it is very painful to breathe. And I usually have to get out of meditation to stop this pattern. That is not comfortable at all and scary at times, but I am also getting used to it, as it happens a lot. Why the noise while I'm not snoring, and why gasping for air in meditations?
Again, it's part of the process of dying the little death daily. And it's the body learning to realize that it's not dying, and that it can continue breathing even while you're gone, and it will continue living while you, the soul, is out experiencing elsewhere. And so it's just a reaction of the physical body, because it thinks that that's what's happening, is you're withdrawing and it's going to die. And so it enters into a process similar to what people normally would experience with death. Now everybody goes through that, but that grasping for air, the feeling and sensation of stings or cuts as the soul withdraws, that's what a lot of people do experience. And so let that be okay, even the breathing. And if you have to come back to relax and do that, then that's fine. But in time, your body will relax and say, okay, go ahead. I know I'm going to breathe. and you'll just continue breathing normally.
Okay, question for Jim and Brian. I had this dream this morning. My husband and I had driven out in our convertible to a hillside that overlooking of a valley with distant tiny town to watch the sunrise on the spring equinox. An older woman was with us. She was dignified and serene, even dressed as she was in her bathrobe, because we had left quite early. Perhaps we had been meditating because we were all cuddly under quilts. Suddenly there was a loud booming, a rambling and shuddering of the earth. We roused ourselves and ran over to the edge of the road and watched as the town collapsed and disappeared into the earth. Then it was silent as sand drifted down over where the town had been. Where rooting underneath minds to blame. It seemed the town might have been an abandoned mining town. Anyway, I was not being upset by any loss of life, more an experience of surprise. We drove back into the suburbs of a town where we lived, stopped for a coffee, and picked up a young man friend of ours. We drove on, then to gather other people to discuss what had happened at a large, classic building in the center of a grassy square. The square was in a neighborhood surrounded by houses where people lived. The young man was upset by the loss of something, and as we were walking towards the building, he was asking me how he could go on now. As I woke up, I was saying to him, "You go on with what you have. You just have to go on with what you have." I can see how this dream could apply to my life in a couple potential ways. Can you please comment or give direction? Thank you so much. In loving.
Yeah, that's actually very spiritually significant. I'd call more of an inner experience than just a dream. That, let me just kind of break down some of the symbology. So going, driving like you and your husband talks about the male and female polarities within yourself, and being up on the side of a mountain or cliff or whatever it was is saying that you're really above more now the lower creation. The valley, you've heard like through the valley of shadows, that valley that you witnessed down there was really more the part that you've already now traversed through in the world, the physical, the astral, the causal, the mental in that way. And so seeing that boom is really now the just like the zapping we talked about earlier, that's really the release of those karmas, and with it caving in now is destruction, or those karmas really now dropping away, those things in the valley. And when that happens, part of our natural response is fear or reaction of loss or destruction. That's just a natural part of our physical consciousness, that what we go through. Anything around death, whether it's a living being or literally like a town like that or a thing, it's just part of what we go through. But then you drove on, or the older lady there is another aspect of the consciousness, what you could call like the higher self, that which has the wisdom of the elder of experience. And so this is showing you the different aspects of self, the male, female, and the higher self in that way. But then getting in the car and moving now, so it's like, okay, that's complete. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Literally, now that karma's done, it's time to now move on, to let it go and move forward. And so that, to me, going to the other urban area, in the center of town, that's kind of the gathering place. So those, like on the spiritual journey, it's a gathering place or a resting place to come together, to have conversation like you described, so that you take it in, that you learn, you integrate, And in that process, then, it begins to now get a clarity of what's next. So this other young man that you picked up is part of that representation of those next steps. That whatever he was in disturbance with was also now a process of letting go of the past and now moving forward. What were the words again? To just go on or something like that?
You go on with what you have. You just have to go on with what you have.
See, that's a good statement. That's literally like a statement for you, to just go on what you have and let go of that which is done now. Don't try to go pick up the pieces of the past. Let it go. The past is done. It's free and complete. You don't want to go pick it up. Otherwise, it's just creating more karma, more attachment. So that's a very clear message directly to you that this young man represented in your consciousness. And so then there's the going on. So that message right there says it all. But you got to witness by the whole movement of your experience in there what that actually looks like in the release, the destruction, the letting go of past experience, karmas and all, and then that period of transition and then the movement forward. So I would say when you have experiences like that, one, that's really about the soul's journey. And I will say, even when you said that you were up on, was it a cliff, like a mountainside, right? I think. Hillside. That's still about going up higher in your consciousness. And when you said it was for sunrise, well, what does the sunrise represent? That's the awakening of the soul. But for that awakening of the soul to take place that you're witnessing, you had to let go of the karma for that. It's the hanging on, just like Jim's sharing today, what stands between you and God. That will keep you focused in the valley of shadows. But once you let go of what's in the valley of shadows, as you witnessed, then now the sun can rise. And so literally, that is a very powerful, symbol in this experience as well. And as well as the young man. So, I mean, I hope I'm answering most of what I heard in there. There was a lot. So I'm trying to cover a lot of the symbols because they're all very meaningful in this whole, that's a good experience of what I'd call the journey of the soul, through a lot of these karmas and literally get to witness the awakening of the soul by walking or traveling through it all.
Yeah.
Anything to add?
No, that's very well put.
Did I miss anything? I think I covered most
No,
of
you
it.
covered it.
To watch the sunrise on the spring equinox.
Yeah, that ties in. When I just said the sunrise is about the soul awakening, well, spring equinox, another word for awakening is birth. So the birth of your soul's awakening. And that's very significant. So that's letting you know that you're really beginning to wake up to your soul consciousness. So this is exactly what we're doing on this pathway. So congratulations. Don't look back. You don't want to turn to salt, right?
That's right.
Or stone or whatever. Keep moving forward now so that sun can fully rise beyond the awakening and then the spring equinox of the new birth. That's being born of spirit. Being born again, the truest meaning of that. But for that being born again to take place, we truly have to let the past die and all that was around that. You cannot hang on to it. So that's a really good experience. Very clear.
Yeah, she said she was asking, I guess in the experience, she was wondering if something about rotting underground mines to blame. Seemed that the town had been abandoned by a mining town.
All that, when it's underground in the mining, to me, is all the things in our unconscious. And so there's always inner workings in our unconscious. It really doesn't matter what it is. What matters is it gets completed. A lot of the grace will come in and handle that. A lot of the LAF work we do will handle those things. So the mining away, to me, would be like if you've been doing the loving, accepting, forgiveness exercises that we share here. To me, a lot of that LAF work, if that's what you've been doing, would be like the mining in your unconscious to help clear away enough that the whole basis of all the karmas that they were standing on can now just collapse. And that's what a lot of LAF does. Once you can get to the underlying core, the seed karmas, then the whole foundation of which came out of the seed karmas and what all was created around that can now collapse and be done. That's why we don't have to clear all of our karma. All we got to do is clear just a little bit. So if you can go down one mine shaft and hit the core of what created all of it, that's all you need to do, and the rest will just collapse. So thank you for bringing that up. That's another very good part of all this. Was there more? Because this is really good. There's a lot of really good symbolism here. And I don't want to just say symbolism. That's actually, even though it's symbolic the way we're talking about it, this is what is really going on inside of each of us in our consciousness. So this is actually direct, real truths that take place in this action spiritually as we're walking this path of liberation.
I think you got it all.
Cool.
Other than the old woman being in her bathrobe.
Well, one, the car represents the consciousness. So it's like the different aspects of self, like within the body. We have the male, female polarity. We have the higher self, the basic self, the conscious self. These are different aspects of self. And if anything, where they're all cuddling together under covers, this shows you the closeness where we're all within ourselves, like to me, myself, and I. And the bathrobe, I'm not really quite sure, other than, clothes that we wear often represent our belief systems. Mm-hmm. Or do you have anything you'd say about the bathrobe and the old lady?
I think it's just relaxed. There's, just a very relaxed state of being, which is good to be in. That relaxed state allows more of the spiritual journey to unfold.
There you go. Cool.
Dearest Jim and Brian, I attended my first initiates retreat last week.
Oh, wow. You attended a good one for your first one.
I was so excited. I was
too.
I was filled with enthusiasm and all geared up to face any challenges and work with these new tools I had been given.
Good for you. Really, that's awesome.
The exercise Kelsey facilitated was such an amazing experience.
That it was.
I felt like a new student entering into this classroom of life. Although I'm older in years, I felt youthful and vulnerable once again. My experience with the exercise of writing the letters took so many turns, great ones. I shared with Kelsey, and I couldn't wait to share with you both the continued paths it took me through. Then once Jim began his sharing, my energy shifted when he mentioned our responsibility as initiates. I immediately went into guilt about if I was living my path as an initiate with good intentions. I then found myself kneeling in front of my computer with my hands in a prayer position and became filled with so much love that I wanted to give back to you, Jim, and you, Brian. I retracted my hand raise and all of a sudden felt I didn't need a reaction or any attention regarding what I wanted to share. I listened and observed Jim's expression, and I felt so grateful, so honored, and so filled with love, I wanted to reach through my screen and just bow down to all your service you have given us and mentioned you will continue to give us. So my love note is, I thank you for your patience, endurance.
No crying. You got to be able to read.
And dedication. I am grateful. I am honored. I love you. Your love-filled initiate.
That's wonderful.
Well, we are grateful and honored too. That is the best way to honor us, is to really do this pathway. Not just give us lip service, but to really give us soul service. And when it's done in true love, devotion, and sincerity, there's no question. That's why Kelsey's crying and why I make the playfulness with it. So I still got to come up with a real acronym for cry. We've got laugh, and now we'll have cry. But thank you. That
was sincere,
yep.
loving, and from the heart, and from the truth. And I'm just glad that that was your first initiates meeting, a retreat, and it was a great one. And I'm glad you got the energy from it. So that's even better.
Keep writing those letters. Seriously, those letters are powerful.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if you did the prayer hands like this or like this or both. We'll take the prayer of the heart and lift it to the spiritual. I like that. So thank you. And I like it. I guess whatever you shared, it caused guilt or shame for a few people. So you're really
I did a good job then.
You did a good job. I say that joking because if anything we share stirs any guilt or shame, that's actually a good thing, because if it's bringing forward out of our unconscious that which is within us for us to look at, which is a great exercise with the letter to write the LAF about, because any kind of guilt or shame inside of us, we want to come up and to be able to forgive it and let it go so that we get free of it. Or in this case, to allow and to accept, as Kelsey presented in the exercise, which is one of the greatest ways to move into loving. So, good job. Keep it going, really. I heard many people who are going to continue doing the letter writing exercise because it works. It really works, especially the way that Kelsey presented it, and a little bit more than what we've done in the past. That really has been very helpful.
Yeah. It had much more depth to it.
Yeah.
Okay, dream.
Wow, this is awesome. Literally every question is truly focused and more spiritually like we've asked. So thank you, everybody. This is really great.
And these came in before you even asked that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Which is even more awesome.
Yeah, fantastic.
In this dream, I was on a large university campus, and I found myself leaving the room I was sharing with my now ex-husband and going to my daughter's dorm room to shower and get ready for an event we were all going to. There were several people in her room, and there was a couple in the shower, so I had to wait and was somewhat impatient about this. I got into the shower and then could not find the shampoo, and eventually must have, because I then was outside the shower with wet hair and in a white terry cloth robe. I was returning to my room, but I got lost in what appeared to be a maze of corridors and steps in this large dorm, and wondered if I was losing my memory because I could not find this room. I had wandered for some time, even venturing into a hotel that was somehow connected to this large complex. Then my daughter appeared to help me get back to the room, and I was memorizing all the twists and turns and steps I had to go through to get back there. Shortly, I then found myself with I think my ex-husband in a line to go across a bridge to get somewhere. We had to have some verification or ticket. We got either part of the way or entirely over the bridge, and then were returned to the beginning again, and somehow this was part of the experience, unsure where we were going. The dream ended by us all being in the car going to this event, and my commenting on how large this complex or university was.
You want to start this time?
No, go ahead.
Okay. This is another one, obviously, filled with quite a few things. So, university is about what? School, right? It's about learning. Well, what is karma? Unlearned lessons. So this to me is saying that this whole experience is all about learning the lessons that are there for you to learn, that are inside of you with whatever that is with your ex-husband that stirs within you, as well as your daughter. So, and that's where most of our karmas are with family members. Those that are closest to us help to stir, to reflect to us that which we have to learn this lifetime. And I mean, it's very clear then on university doing that. Now, some of the other symbolism there is the taking a shower, such as we know, means cleansing. What is cleansing about? Letting it go, washing away the old. And that's what a lot of that is just letting go, washing away the old. Even the white terry cloth robe afterward, the white is saying that it's being spiritualized. It's now the greater purity of the spirit now after washing away more of the karmas. And the maze-like experience of going through all the hallways, the dorm, that is about, in a sense, in inner experiences like this, that is about moving through all the different experiences of the learning process. Because the learning, most of karmic learning is unconscious for the most part. So when it's unconscious, we will have a hard time remembering or really knowing or understanding what that is that we're learning, because learning spiritually is very different than how we learn here physically about gathering information and memorizing and all that. That's why you were trying to take the faculties of the mind physically and apply it there where that doesn't work so well, because it is a different type of learning that is more experiential rather than intellectual. So the other interesting part is that you described as you moved through the hallways that you came into other hallways like for a hotel. So that hotel is what I like to call the house of God. That hotel is something we move into after we learn the lessons, and that as you go into that, then as you rise up through the floors, those are the different more spiritual realms that the soul will lift up and ascend through as it goes through the learning of all the lessons of the karmas. So to me, that's saying that you saw that is preparing you as you're completing these karmas with the husband and daughter, that when that is complete, because you went back into it. So to me, saying there's just a little more to wrap up, but the fact that you saw now the entrance and the way to the hotel, that you're now memorizing to remember that way back, is also saying the inner knowing in your soul now will know the way back to the hotel for your soul to really begin now ascending more through the different realms towards God as it wraps up this karmic lesson. And so to me, when you came back, and then we're back with your husband and daughter to go over the bridge, well, that bridge is like bridging the consciousness from the physical to the spiritual. And the fact that you kept coming back to the beginning again, that is part of the process. How do we learn anything? Repetition, repetition, repetition. Same thing, reincarnation, repetition, reincarnation, repetition. In the repetition, we eventually learn the lessons. And so, to me, that's you, through the repetition, learning the lessons that are there, that whatever that is you were learning in relationship with your ex-husband, you're almost done. When you can cross the bridge and not keep repeating is when you know you'll be done. And also when you cross the bridge, you more than likely will find yourself back at the hotel and starting to go up, through the different floors, up the elevator and all. So you're right on the right track. I would say if you want to, you don't really need to do anything other than keep doing the spiritual actions of meditation and the LAF. But along those lines, to assist yourself, if you did like the letter writing exercise we did this last Saturday, that as you write out the letter and go back and highlight or underline certain key things in there, you'll begin to see what your lessons are. Like if you wrote a letter to your ex-husband and wrote out all your thoughts, your feelings, your reactions, your your gratitudes, all of that. If you wrote a letter out like that, you'll begin to see what those are. And that seeing in there is where you're going to probably really now start to answer some of what was incomplete in this inner experience. So that's probably one of the best ways you could probably assist yourself in fulfilling those karmas and learning, as well as, of course, as the meditation and just giving it all up to God.
That's good.
Did I cover most of it? There's a lot of detail in there. I'm literally trying to go through it and follow along as I'm spiritually tracking and trying to answer along in there. Do you have anything to add?
I think you covered it. I don't remember anything else.
So cool. That's a good though. Whenever I hear like a school or university, I'm like, it's always about learning, especially universities, higher education.
Right.
That's even more symbolic of the higher education of spiritually evolving, learning and growing. So
I'm just gonna tackle 3 at the same time. I'm getting CRY acronyms coming in. So first one, Christ releasing you.
that's the first one I ever gave. So somebody remembered that I shared years ago, or they actually just got inspired just now.
Consciousness realized in yearning. Consciousness response in yearning. And christening radiance to you.
I love it. That's good.
So we got some to think about.
That's awesome.
What was the first one again? I didn't catch it all. Consciousness.
Christ.
Oh, Christ.
Releasing you. When I read that, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that feels in alignment.
That's the one I always
So
used to
when-
say.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, then
You
this
said
person
Christ,
is in
Christ
alignment
releases
with
you. CRY. Christ releases you.
Christ releasing you. Okay, so that was fun. Alrighty. Thank you and allness. Thank you all so much for the last month of live streams. I have needed 4 Sundays to push through all the stuff, especially the worldwide initiates last weekend. I have never felt so connected to the whole community of ILM and our one-pointed focus in God. Everyone's questions and answers healed some part of me and took me higher into other parts. I never experienced the oneness of all of us on our journeys like that. It was amazing. With all the stress and my being fired 2 weeks ago from my job after already resigning at the end of the school year, the last month or 2 of stress leading up to that, I haven't slept hardly. Within insomnia, I have just been continually playing the Anahyu and the forgiveness meditation. I know what my mind is telling me isn't real, so to drown it out, I've been listening to the forgiveness meditation while I'm awake, when I can't sleep, when I'm driving in the car, hundreds of times. During another talk and on the meditation, it talked about being all, have the ability to go in the world and do it all. It was one of the only things that would get me caught up and go to work until completed and they fired me. Jim made me think of the paint store, and I was so grateful when they did, and I just said thank you. The part of me that would always want to be right, perfect in everything, not want to make waves, fear of losing job just dropped. I got fired and they said I was insubordinate. Yes, I was. New for me. What they were doing wasn't right for me. I'm laughing, enjoying the wrongtiousness, Brian. I'm so free. It's so quiet and peaceful and loving and joyful inside. I want to share with you what came forward for me while journaling all about the all. I am all, always living, loving. I am this month's saying on the calendar, I am free and I am liberated and I am in the heart of God. I would never be here without all your help. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's very good sharing. And, it means the world goes on, and we're going to have to walk through the world, whatever it offers us. But it's the attitude and the loving that we present to it can make all the difference. And it'll make our lives simpler if we really approach it from that loving spiritual part of ourselves rather than from the ego. Because the ego is always ready for fight, but soul is just ready to move on to what's next. Don't look back, don't hold on, just keep moving forward. And that's a big key here, and it sounds like that's what you're doing.
There's a lot of, I'd say that's from literally this sharing and all of them, there's an underlying theme here of a lot of completions across the board.
Yeah.
And it's really, really nice to hear this, because I know we've been sharing the last few months about there's been a lot of changes going on, a lot of completions and fulfillments for really a lot of the disciples on this pathway, if not all. And in that release now, that these are literally the types of things that even our physical lives can change as the reflection to support us in letting go of the past, to the point of literally being fired like that, is a good example. And what she was referring to with Jim, the pain stores, if some of you may remember or not, that Jim shared in the past that a past job he had when he's in his 20s working at a paint and frame shop or art gallery was where Jim Spirit told him to leave because the cameras were done, but he wouldn't until eventually they fired him, so he had to leave. So that is a good example, literally for our own good, to now let go and move on, to go to what's next. And that's a good example of literally what can happen in the physical level when certain karmas, the lessons are done and it's time to move on. But sometimes after we've done something for so long, we just get habitualized, we get comfortable, we get whatever attached to it. And that's not what this life's meant to be. This life is meant to be about having experiences and continuing to learn and grow and move forward and doing that, especially on this pathway. So thank you. That was good.
Yeah.
There are no more emails, no more questions.
Now that
Wow.
you said that, we'll see what happens.
I know.
Holy cow. We have a whole hour to go. That was like, this is like a first.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it was interesting. In this room, Brian talked about the animalistic nature.
And here she comes.
And then Alma, apparently, I had my eye patch on, sat and listened to Jim talk when you were talking about the cell phone and not getting distracted.
Yeah.
And she just sat there and listened to you for a while, my mom said.
Oh, yeah, she did.
And she's never done that before.
No.
So I just thought it'd be interesting for everybody to hear, where Brian was talking about when you do that loving and the animalistic nature comes into union.
Oh, yeah.
Like, literally, there was an outer reflection of it today.
Like she's doing right now. As soon as you started talking, she came out here and she's just sitting there listening now.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay, a question came in.
Emma, kitty. Hello. She got up from a nap just to come back here, participate in Q&A.
Relaxation. Wanting to know about relaxation, more about it. Is there more to understanding how to relax and let go? I feel that this is my new job in all that unfolds. I've gotten to a place that I have great awareness of recognizing when I'm disturbed, uncomfortable, anxious. I use the LAF extensively, which is always so helpful. I check in making sure my focus is at the seat of the soul, which is without question is key. I've never experienced so much dis-ease, and relaxing and letting go and letting God is my answer. Is there more to understand how to relax? So much loving for you all, so very grateful. Moi.
I don't know if there's another key or another way to describe relaxation. We all have to find what that is for us and how we get there. And I don't know, do you have something you want to say?
Sure.
I don't know if there's anything to say right now.
The main way I've done it is, like I've already shared through my inner experiences. I know there's literally many techniques to do it. Like before I started this meditation that we teach here, I started with progressive relaxation techniques, where you literally go through, you just start like at the top of your head or the bottoms of your feet, and you go through your whole body of tightening the muscle and relax, tightening and relax. And that's how I actually started to learn meditation on a physical level. And it can be very beneficial as, in a sense, kind of like a beginning practice, as it helps to train the body consciousness to relax. And you, in a sense, you could say the same thing could be done with the mind and the emotions, which is kind of like the lap exercises we do, is helping to relax. Because a lot of it is anywhere there's tension, which karma is. Karma will cause tension, or gravity. I like to say karma is like gravity. It'll pull us down. It'll tighten things up. It'll suppress. It does all of that. And anywhere we feel tension, that literally, like the progressive relaxation I first learned, where you tighten and relax, people do that, like they tighten, they can also breathe into it. So those are more physical type of things to help it relax and open up. And there really is a chemistry, a physiology that takes place, as well as like that Shakti energy, Kundalini energy we talked about, that helps to open up and move through the body for just greater body health. But that's just a reflection of literally what we're doing spiritually with our karmas. And once I got those down, I started listening to more guided meditations, kind of like what you did today in your guided meditation, but also where like some of the old meditations we used to do as well, and once in a while still do, is where just like you could breathe in on the breath, you'd also start breathing in the light. So you'd breathe in the light, and you could even hold your breath a second, which is like tighten the muscle and then release. So we'd breathe in the breath and visualize the light of spirit coming down into the consciousness and filling the aura and the body with light. Hold your breath for a moment and then exhale and release, and see that light now releasing too. And with that, releasing and carrying away anything that is of tension or karma, or like Jim said, negativity, or any of that would distract us, from that spiritual focus. So those are all types of good techniques. And again, I'm just giving a brief overview, that I know there's all kinds of things out there. But, and that's worthwhile if you want to support those different levels, because that's the nature of what we're dealing with when we're talking about that. But if you want to not bother with all that, just like I shared today, whenever I find myself going into reaction or tightening, whether it's through fear or excitement, a lot of times I'd be just about ready to go out of body in my meditation, and I'd get all excited, like, oh my God, I'm going to go out of body. That excitement actually caused the tension that now kept me in the body. So tension or whatever is not always a negative. It can also be a positive, or excitement like that. So regardless, it's just learning how to hold a focus, relax into the focus, and it's just done through repetition. There's no magic pill or magic technique. It's just repetition of whatever technique to just work with it, because you'll realize things keep repeating and happening over and over, and it's just learning to literally let go and let the process unfold. Tightening is a reaction. That reaction tends to inhibit or shut down any movement of energy. And eventually, we want and need to realize that even negative experiences, or where we would react and go into tension out of fear, that we even want to relax and open to allow the fear to move. Most of us think fear is a bad thing and it's going to get us or kill us, just like what I shared today about the fight or flight response. Well, eventually we need to realize, or we need to let the fear get us. Because it's only in allowing the fear to get us in these inner experiences do we realize that we cannot be harmed or killed. That's where you really relax. When you stop fighting or reacting to the fear and just surrender and even allow it to attack you and get you, that's the greatest state of relaxation, where you don't react at all. And as soon as you can get to that place, because believe me, that's a process we're all going through to get liberated, by the way. As soon as you can go into total surrender, well, that's real neutrality. That is full unconditional loving and accepting of everything. Then the fear and anything else has no power over us. It cannot get us. And as soon as we do that, whatever images the fear created or stirred within us, as those images come at us to get us and we just relax and open up, they'll dissolve, they'll disperse, they'll go boom. The later the sound will come in and zap them and execute them, and they'll literally disappear. And that's really the key to all of this. So I hope you realize where I started about relaxation and where I ended up, because that's really the progression from the physical to the spiritual of what's really going on, is that ultimately we're going to want to address the actual cause of the reaction or the tension that we're trying to relax from. So ultimately, we've got to do the meditation to wake up spiritually, to love and accept everything, and to let go. That's what's going to create real relaxation, not some progressive breathing or muscle relaxation techniques. Those are nice starts, but that's what my journey was and where it led me to. So if you want to do all that over the years, just do the meditation and the techniques we teach here spiritually, and then you'll get the benefit as that light of loving comes through. You'll find your body just starting to relax and respond to that as it unfolds. It'll be quicker that way. And if you want to participate more with these other things, you can to support it. Did I speak long enough for more questions to come in?
Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, I was just talking just for that. No, because the real key, I just want to, again, the real key is in the repetition. Eventually, we need to realize there's nothing to fear. It's the fear that causes the tension, and that's what traps the soul. That's ultimately where this is heading.
I got an email. Oh.
And I give it all up to God. I give everything up to God. My fear, my anxiety, my depression, my whatever. As soon as I really become aware of what's going on in me and that I'm trying to change it or handle it or attack it or whatever, I just give it all up to God. I just say, Lord, I don't know what to do with this right now, so I just give this up to you. Assist me in whatever way you can with it, and I just am grateful for your presence in my life. And the more I give it up to God, the more free I get. And it's just as a release. And God doesn't mind taking and handling it with us and for us. And if we need to learn something, the lesson will come back, but it'll be more understood how to handle it. It'll be more knowing how to approach it and live in it and get it done. So do remember to give everything up to God, your joy, your peace, your gratitude, and your anxiety and your fear and your depressions, and watch what happens. If you give it up, God will participate with you in every way possible to get it handled. Next.
I'm having to respond to somebody. Okay. Okay, yeah, you talked long enough now, Jim, for more to come in. I got an email from someone saying, I'm writing it, hold on. There it is, okay. So I know a couple of you are repeats. I'm going to go to the new people, and then we'll come back to you. All right. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I've been having breakdowns and breakthroughs after the retreat. I'm working on healing my seed karma of abandonment. I feel that I have broken through major fears, and the outer reflected massive positive changes in my life. But I feel very frustrated with myself because my reactions keep popping up over and over again. I go into fears. I try to control my partner, and I don't want to live like this anymore, always from drama to trauma, or vice versa. I'm tired. I need to change. I am meditating, and I'll keep doing the letter exercise. Is there anything you can share with me? I want to change. I also had an inner experience that I was going into the ocean. Then I turned back to look at the land, and I was sliding on a narrow piece of wood onto the shore. There was a friend of mine waving her arms at me on the shore, and then I saw two massive alligators from the dinosaur era. One went left and one went inland. There were mountains like a desert, and the earth had minerals of different colors. The alligator was going into a turquoise pond, and my friend told me to look at it going to the water. I feel that this dream may be that I keep getting pulled back into this creation. Is there anything there for me? Thanks so much for your loving patience and for the retreat.
Well, just the fact that you turn to look back at the land is saying, you keep trying to figure things out, or you not sure how to get uninvolved from it, and you just keep looking back to it. So the key is just to keep moving forward. If you're in the ocean, go deeper into the ocean. Keep moving forward, and let yourself, in a sense, float, if you will, out into the ocean itself, and don't look back. There's no need to look back and reminisce and remember and get caught back up in and make new connection that way energetically with the past. The past is the past, and it's done. And there's nothing more to do than just to keep moving forward and do what's next, not go back into the old. And like I said just a few minutes ago, if there's something that you're holding on to and you can't handle it, you don't know what to do with it, give it up to God and let God bring you maybe a different solution, a different answer, or maybe it'll just go quiet and it'll be done because you gave it up to God and God said, done. I've had that happen many a time. And it's just a matter of us letting go and not continue to hold on or reminisce or look back to the old, to the things that have held us in bondage for so long.
If anything, even the fact that these were like dinosaur type of things is saying these are very old karmas. And I do want to say the fact that you're actually out in the ocean is saying you're making progress, because you have to have traversed all the land in order to get to the ocean. So that's a big statement right there. So I wouldn't be so hard or down on yourself, because part of the tiredness can also be, and why there's constant trauma, is sometimes it can get pretty intense and hard before the light at the end of the tunnel shows up. Because that's usually the hardest part, to finish those karmas, and also the way Lucifer tries to tease us, tempt us, and to try to get us to give up, to think it's hopeless. And right at that moment is when all of a sudden we could now not continue that journey and give up and go back into the world. Or we could just say, okay, I give up in the way Jim just shared, and I keep moving forward. And release yourself into the flow of spirit, not into the world the way you've been doing it. But do understand what you have been doing in the world. To me, that inner experience is showing you that you have been working through your karmas and learning the lessons. And now, I would say, when things show up where you go into reaction and all the trauma and drama, that is where you're still trying to hold on, and you're fighting and struggling with all these dinosaurs of the past, or the alligators. And the key thing to do is what I just shared previously, and that is, at some point, you've got to stop fighting and struggling with these and just surrender and let the alligators devour you. Just give up. That's part of giving up to God. What a lot of people don't realize is that when we share about giving up to God, we don't realize sometimes what that entails in the process of giving up to God. And I have found a lot of the times my giving up is where the negativity, the darkness, the evil, the whatever you want to call it, the monsters, the boogeymen, I have to give up and let them just get me. Because some of you have already had this. Think of dreams you've had where they're repetition. You're always in fight or flight. You're always running from something, a monster or some person or something that's chasing you. And you have this recurring dream over and over months and years. At some point in your consciousness, especially now after hearing me say this, you're going to pay attention and look at that. So the next time you have that dream or an experience, stop right in the dream and become conscious and say, go ahead, get me. And as soon as you do that, it's going to come to an end, because that's what happens. As soon as you stop reacting, as soon as you stop trying to fight or run from whatever that is chasing you in your inner experience, is when it'll end. And then whatever behaviors, expressions, or patterns that thing you've been fighting in your inner experience, whatever that and however that's been reflected in your outer life here physically, will come to an end too. You want it to be done? Well, yeah, you get tired after fighting and running all the time. And eventually you have no more energy, and you're willing to just let go. In other words, you're willing to just die, right? That means just surrender. Lay your life down, give it up to God, let all these things just get you. Stop arguing, stop fighting, stop struggling. Wave the white flag, retreat, let them devour you, kill you, do whatever all this stuff is that you keep fighting with. And as soon as you stop fighting and running from it is when it'll come to an end. That's how this works. This world will wear us down, but that's how it serves us. Because once we're too tired to fight anymore is when we let go. It's that letting go that is the most important part for the soul's liberation here. Not the most important, second most. God's the most important part, and then the letting go. But you've got that. You've been on this path. You know what we're doing here. Let go, let God. Let God, let go. I don't really care what order you do it in. They go together. You've got to let God and you've got to let go in order to get liberated. It's just a matter of when you're going to do that. When are you ready to finally give up and stop the struggle? That's what matters. Stop trying to prove you're right. Stop trying to get your way. Stop trying to control everything.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Well, I think that's a big key word. Didn't they use control in the very beginning? I think it was in their relationship so control is a major thing. We all deal with it. We all have control issues. We want to be in control. And we've got to let go of control and let things unfold and not try to control other people, not even try to control ourselves, but rather move forward to get our freedom beyond control. And it can be a challenge for some of us, especially if control has been a big part of our life and we've been controlled and now we're trying to control others. You don't win. And so the way to win is to let go of control and really allow yourself to just be and see what that feels like and how the other person reacts, what they come up with when you're not trying to control them. It can be very interesting and actually very rewarding in the end.
She says she goes into fear and then from the fear to control her partner.
Yeah. It's called be in the fear. Just let the fear unfold. Stop trying to control the fear even. Let the fear just unfold and run itself out, because eventually that fear in you will run itself out because it has nowhere to go, and eventually it will give up. When I actually say to give up to the fear, that's what I mean. You give up to the fear and let the fear just run and run and run. At some point, the fear will just run itself out because there's nothing behind it. It's all false. It's all a bunch of hot air. Once all the hot air or steam is let off of the fear has nothing else to energize it, and it just evaporates. Literally, that's what happens. And in the world, that can look like you're in an argument with your spouse or somebody, and you eventually just say, I give up, you're right, my fault, my whatever, and stop fighting and arguing. And you'll see that'll change everything. It's amazing how quick and easy it can actually be, and the results of that. But you have to surrender. Just literally, you have to surrender. So I hope you understand now, when we talk about giving things up to God, how that process can look. Because it often looks like you're giving up to your fear, which is basically saying, don't even try to control your fear. Let it just run until it's done. And then there's literally nothing left of it. Don't be afraid to be embarrassed or feel guilty or ashamed or humiliated. A lot of people are afraid of feeling embarrassed or humiliated. That's a lot of what holds people back. But eventually, like you said, you're tired, because eventually you get so tired you can't do anything but just finally give up. And that's the good news in it all.
I'm just making a note. This would be a good monthly focus.
Let it run until it's done. Little rhyme there, huh?
Yeah. Okay. That was awesome. Thank you for that.
It's a big one. I always talk about confronting your fears. You can't avoid any of it. Well, this is how you do that. A lot of people hear Jim and I share things, but then they think they're doing it and they're not. They're just kidding themselves. And it's important to understand how to do it. That's why I like the question when it's a how to, because the way it actually works is often completely the opposite of what we think. Because the way things work spiritually, well, I should say the way things work physically is opposite the way they work spiritually. The way they really work spiritually is what we're trying to do on our physical level, where we're caught up in is we're trying to turn 180 degrees to face back towards God. When you face towards God, well, 180 degrees is a complete opposite mirror reflection.
Yeah.
Ourselves in meditation. Dear Jim and Brian, it was mentioned today that every cell is attached to soul and must detach. In meditation, as the cell detaches, does that detached state remain? Would then, during a following meditation, other cells detach? If so, does this process begin to change us in the way we are inside and outside in the world? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Kelsey, Brian, and Jim, and Tanya, and Abe, and Kate, and Alma.
And God.
Thank God, that's right.
And God, for the retreat last weekend and for this class today. It's been divine, in loving and with warm aloha. So, does this process begin to change us, inside and outside? Cells detaching.
Yeah, it does change us because we learn about freedom, we learn about liberation, we learn about letting go, we learn that we are alive no matter what, and we learn that the body is going to live beyond the detachment because we're doing the detachment in a way that the soul is able to travel, but the soul still feeds energy to the body. It isn't a detachment in the sense of we're ripping the soul away from the body and the body is going to die. The flow of life still flows into the body and gives it life from the soul, but the soul now is detached and free. The body is detached and it's free, and it will remain in that state until the last breath. When it's time for the last breath to happen, then the physical body and the soul finally completely separate, and the body does die, and the soul goes on for the next journey and beyond the life of this world.
It's interesting hearing you share. It just reminded me of an experience I had when I was going through the realms getting my liberation, that a few years into it, I remember an out-of-body experience I had where I was flying up through the mental realm, and I remember it was a beautiful blue sky with billowy clouds, the sun was bright, and I just heard this choir of angels singing. And it's totally what you would think if you died and you were going to heaven. I mean, truly, that would be the scene, and the angels beckoning the soul home. And literally, as I flew up into it more fully, I felt something in my consciousness behind me, called the body back there, all of a sudden react for a moment, because I knew, or I should say I felt like I could have actually died and left the body behind now and kept going. And it was one of the most wonderful experiences, but at the same time, almost a little frightening, because a part of me knew that's exactly what could happen and one day will happen. And I realized, because I felt like I could have made a choice. Like I could have made the choice to continue going and leave it all behind me. But the choice I made was, God, I'm coming to you. And in that, I surrender, and thy will be done. That was the choice I made. And in that, I let God now make the decision, what is going to best serve my soul. Whether that was now to leave the body behind, literally in that experience, and continue on with the angels singing, I would have been happy. Believe me, it was amazing. And at the same time, there's a part of me, like, kind of almost like an unconscious knowing that I'm not done yet. But I could have been. So I just turned it all over to God. Just like Jim keeps saying, give it all up to God. God first, God only. Well, that's literally to the extent of it. In the body, out of the body, when you're dead, when you're alive, doesn't matter. You do the same thing all the time. And that's what matters the most. Don't make decisions for yourself based upon your limited knowledge. Turn it all over to God. Give it all up to God. Surrender completely. Really hear what we're saying and do what we're saying of what it means for God, thy will be done. It's not a statement. It's a reality, a living reality that we need to do inside of ourselves with God if we're going to really fully live this pathway and get liberated. And so, of course, I came back to the body. But it was God's doing, not mine. I literally kept flying on up. And then at some point, Spirit brought me back to the body. And ever since that day, that's what I do to this day. It's just I let God do it. So it's always God who brings me out of body. It's God who brings me back to the body. I let it be God. I just do the practice that I know opens me and gives God the opportunity to bring me into whatever experience God wants. And I'm just talking meditation right now. I'm not even talking, really that's what's going on all the time, even while we're living our day-to-day physical life. But that comes as a result of what we do inside. You do that, Jim and I have witnessed people's physical lives truly change and transform and even be extended from when they should have died or were going to when they were karmically destined, and it was extended so that they could get more karmas done to be able to go higher. And we've seen other lives shortened because if their life had gone on longer, they would have created more karma to deal with in another life. So the grace of the Holy Spirit shortened their life so they wouldn't create more karma, and that they would have a greater opportunity now in reincarnating to really now walk more of a spiritual pathway in the next life. We've seen it in a lot more than that. I'm giving you the two extremes in the moment dealing with physical life timelines. But it doesn't matter. Don't try to make this about your physical, mental, or emotional life. Make it about your spiritual life and give it to God. And in that, God is going to help bring about the best thing for you mentally, emotionally, and physically, no matter what that is.
That's true.
Don't even look at your state of health as any indicator of how you're progressing on a spiritual path. That has nothing to do with it. A lot of times we'll have a lot of health challenges because it's working karmas off. Just being in good health doesn't mean you're doing things right spiritually. The two have nothing to do with each other. And too many people associate that. I did too when I was really into holistic health. I still am into holistic health. But you can't associate it with your spiritual journey. Your spiritual journey is about your lessons and getting liberated and going home to God. The state of your health with your body, mentally and emotionally, has to do with your body, mentally and emotionally. It doesn't have to do with your spiritual liberation, other than the lessons you're learning through your states of health, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Those are just lessons. If you can look at all of the physical creation as just the journey of your soul to have experience to learn the lessons here, that's what it's about. Then it's not about the condition here, good or bad, because the soul is going to experience all the good and all the bad conditions here to have the full experience to learn the lessons that come with all of it. That's the spiritual approach and attitude we want everybody to take towards this, because one, your life's going to be easier because you won't fight the process. And two, when you don't fight the process, it's so much easier just to allow yourself to go into acceptance of it all. And in that allowing is where you will surrender and open up and allow God's will to be done. That's how it all ties together. I hope people could hear my words and actually live it. Mm. Next.
Dreams. Loved how powerful the retreat was last weekend. Thank you all. The week before, I had multiple dreams of putting away my emotions in a drawer. I was in a room surrounded in silver walls. One dream I had, the nerves being electrocuted. And a dream of marriage the following night, I walked down to the shore. But each dream I have dark water lapping up and moving over the ground at my feet. Thoughts? Much love.
There are the waters of the emotions. not just the waters of spirit. The waters of the emotions are a reflection of spirit. So when I hear dark waters and things like that, to me that says that these are your emotions that you're learning about, especially when you said you put them in a drawer, because you can't sweep these under a rug, put them in a drawer, or store them away. Sooner or later, we have to deal with them. So to me, saying that the water's coming up around your feet is saying, okay, there it is, you're standing in it. You can't put it in a drawer and think it's handled. You've got to open the drawers, you've got to open the faucets, you've got to pick up the rug, and now start to just handle and deal with the water that's there. How do you do that? You laugh, you cry, meaning the acronyms we just said: love, accept, forgive, and remember that Christ releases you. And that's what laughter and crying is about. That's why I like those acronyms. Laughing and crying, to me, is all about letting go and releasing. It's about accepting what is present, not about stuffing it away. And that's really the key. And again, the darkness is an indicator. Those are the things that are unknown, that we're afraid of, that we're scared of, that we struggle with. But yet those are the very things that we need to look at to allow and accept, because we have to. They're there. It's just, you can't control or make these things go away or happen. We have to just move into a state of acceptance and allow it to happen. It is that state of acceptance and allowing that now it can just happen. Because when we learn how to go into acceptance and allowance, then God can come in and now take care of it. But we're so busy in our ego trying to control it all, control, protect, or defend, the first original LAF question: what are you trying to protect, defend, and control? Soon as we can let go of trying to protect, defend, or control is how we allow God to come in now and take care of it. But if we in our ego are trying to literally protect and defend and control it all, it ain't going to happen. We are keeping God out. We are literally shutting the door to God by doing all these things. And it is all based upon our fears and judgments. That's why we talk so much about our fears and judgments and every other odds and ends around those two words. Why we would protect, defend, and control. That's why regardless of what words you use to describe the process, it's really all the same, just a little different descriptive term. The ultimate action is through allowing and accepting, so the grace of God's loving can come in and let the loving do it. That is allowing God's will. God, thy will be done. God goes, okay, I'm here to do my will, but I'm not going to impose on you, so you need to allow me to do my will. That's the freedom of choice we have. Our choice is, are we going to do our will or God's will? You do your will, you get karma and destiny in reincarnation. You do God's will, you get freedom and liberation and loving. Simple as that. But how are you going to know until you actually allow yourself to do what I'm saying and then have your own experience and witness it? I started off after the first question, I said, isn't it interesting? How do Jim and I know all this and answer all these questions? Well, I just gave you the answer how we know all this and can answer all these questions. Because in doing this ourselves, by literally giving up everything and surrendering to God completely and absolutely, and I really mean that, it is only through complete and absolute giving up and surrendering everything to God that all of this just happens, and God brings us through the experience. And as we are brought through those experiences by God is how we know and understand and can answer all these things. And it's the same for all of you. You do what we did, you'll be able to know and understand everything we're talking about, because you'll go through those experiences too. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, it's very well put.
Did I miss any? It's almost like there was something else in there. I mean, I'm giving really the ultimatum, so to speak, or the ultimate answer. But I
There
might be able
was a
to.
marriage.
What's that?
There was a marriage.
Yeah, what was that
Following-
first part? Because I was focusing more on that other part about the water and the dark, whatever.
So she put her emotions away in the drawers,
Yeah.
surrounded in silver walls. One dream.
Oh,
then-
silver walls, emotions in the drawers. That's the unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
That's trying to stick it to the silver walls. Put it in the drawers is trying to put it into the unconscious and subconscious, trying to bury it away. But go ahead. That's where I wanted to answer this. Thank you, because I'd like to speak to some of the symbologies just
Oh,
so
yeah.
people have that.
One dream I had the nerves being electrocuted.
The nerves
Nerves.
being electrocuted. So that electrocution, as we've been saying to several other previous zappings, is literally the light of spirit, the frequency of spirit, the light and sound of loving coming in and dissolving those karmic connections that bind the soul to this creation, whether physically, astrally, causally, or mentally.
And a dream of marriage. The following night, I walked down to the shore. And then she said, in each dream, then the dark water lapping up and moving around the feet. But there was a marriage where she walked down to the shore.
So these are different references. That wasn't all one and the same experience. So and realize the spiritual marriage in this process of waking up is done through multiple experiences, and not just in one night or morning, but over many months and years. So to me, that is showing you that as you walk through all these karmas, and in this case it's particularly talking about the emotional karmas, that you're getting free, you're completing these karmas so that the spiritual marriage can take place. And on the seashore, well, that is now the seashore of this creation going into spirit. So that is where literally the male-female polarity come into union, called the marriage, and then in that marriage now the soul can begin to cross the sea of life of this physical creation and into the spiritual. And then that crossing is where the divine spark now begins to move into union with the soul, which is the real spiritual marriage. There's like two marriages. There's like the marriage of the polarity of the male and female, and then out of that, the Christ is born, or the baby, the soul, the child of God is born out of the union of the polarity. In other words, the karmas are really coming to balance and completion so the soul can be free of that and cross that sea from that seashore and into the soul realm. And into that soul realm then is where that divine spark that was caught up in this physical creation now merges back into its soul in the soul realm, and that's the real spiritual marriage. So I hope we're clear in that, because there's literally two levels in this process from the polarities and into the spirit. Anything more you'd say about that?
No, I think that
Did that get more of that, or was there more detail? I think those were the pieces that I was wanting to answer more.
That was it, yeah.
Cool.
You covered
Thank
it.
you. Awesome. I hope people understand the difference of the waters that I was talking about, the emotional waters and the waters of the... What's funny is the sea of life, or the ocean of life, is literally this physical level, and that's just a reflection of the ocean of loving. So we try to be specific here so you understand and don't just assume water means one thing. It means a couple different things.
Hello, Kelsey. In meditation and several times lately while going about life, I had the experience of looking at myself going on in life. And it was me looking back from a place of complete loving and peace. Is this what Jim speaks about when he says, one day you will wake up and remember you are in the heart of God? I had to take a chair when it happened because I am here and yet I was there. Thank you all for such an amazing retreat. Loving to each one of you.
it's a part of what I've talked about. It isn't the fullness, but definitely it's a part of that. And you're just waking up more and more, layer by layer, into the greater depth and truth of life itself and the loving that God has for us and with us. So that's good. You're waking up, and it is layer by layer, and just continue enjoying the journey.
I'd like to say, if I heard that right, that's kind of like the first part of what I was sharing today, from self-realization to soul realization to God realization. That in that stage of self-realization or self-study is where we begin to observe and see ourselves physically, imaginationally, emotionally, mentally. And that's the first part of becoming more self-aware or self-realized. And that's a process that a lot of the Zen or Eastern and Buddhist traditions would say is really the goal, the purpose,
The ultimate.
to become self-realized. So that's a really major step, but it is yet still a reflection of really the soul's relationship with God. But that's the first stage where we become self-realized, where we come to know ourselves, to thine own self be true. And the more we do that, that's where, like in Jim's guided meditation today, where he talked about loving the self, and then you talked about loving the soul, and that's the next stage. So as you observe yourself, you can move into a place of loving, accepting, forgiveness of self in all those aspects that you're observing. And in that, it releases you, where eventually you come back to self, the soul, where you begin to wake up to your own soul, and like in Jim's guided meditation today, to love your own soul. And that's where you begin to now rise above all those things you were just observing of self. And in that soul awakening now, you will come to knowing that you are the soul, the child of God. And then in that, you will begin now looking up and loving God. That's why I love the guided meditation you did today. It just broke it down into those stages so eloquently and orderly, easy to understand. And that's literally the process by which the journey of the soul goes through the inner kingdom, waking up, and then the outer kingdom, or what we could call the kingdom of God. So that's good. That's a great reference. You're right on track. And there's more to go, but it's an amazing, wonderful, wonderful journey. I always say that because it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just...
And you're waking up.
Nothing I'd
That's
rather
wonderful.
do. The awakening journey through that inner experience, all of it, is even the really horrible experiences I love. Every time I have a really negative, scary, horrible inner experience, I wake up and I go, oh my God, I had the best, worst experience. And I'm excited because I'm having an actual experience, knowing that I'm waking up and discovering more of the truth, not only about myself, but all of God's creation, including this physical creation that's based on fear and darkness.
Yeah.
It's all awesome. And one day, everybody will come to that realization. That's why eventually you realize, like I keep saying, there's nothing to fear.
Light cross.
Light cross?
Light cross. Kelsey's meditation, I saw the light coming down into my head. It was about receiving God in.
Yeah.
The column came down through me and in the head. Also saw the white light shoot out both my arms vertically. What is this?
They just said it, a light cross. I'll go into more of that after my bad humor. Sorry, go ahead. You're about ready to say.
Well, we have to wake up. And in that waking up, there is that straight and narrow path that opens up before us and in us. And that's the vertical line that comes down. But we also have to wake up and realize who we are in the world. And that horizontal line going shoulder to shoulder is realizing the polarity and who we are in polarity and how we function in polarity and how we can bring all that together back to that straight and narrow path that is vertical inside of us, and then we can lift upward and go home. That's how I would relate to it.
And what I was going to say to add on to that is, literally, you think of the cross as a symbol of what? The Christ, or Christians use that. But as you know, in here we share what Christ means, the awakened soul. So we're all Christ, or at someday we'll become Christian. In other words, we will be, in a sense, aware and awake once again to the soul that we are, the awakened soul, or the Christ. And that cross is the symbol of that. So when we rise up in the vertical and then we hit the horizontal, as Jim just said, that horizontal is now awakening and really liberating the soul from all of our karmas in the world, which the horizontal represents, that the light even going into that is dissolving the karmas. And eventually, when all those karmas are dissolved, we have the first marriage of the polarities, like I talked about, that are on the left and right of the horizontal. They come back to the center point. So then what happens is, and that's why I love the cross, the simplicity, that shows the center of the horizontal is that point now by which we can traverse the vertical. When we're way out on the left or right, we have to get back to center. That's why when we meditate, I mean, everybody knows, let's get centered. Most people around the whole world now know what centered means. They may not know what soul liberation is, like we teach here, but they know what getting centered is. That means coming in off of the scale of karma to the center point. And then from there, we're in the straight and narrow, by which now we can either go up or down through the straight and narrow. So to me, that cross represents now awakening where the horizontal meets the straight and narrow at the soul level, or the Christ level, where the soul awaken. And so that symbol of the cross is very significant in this case, of that spiritual awakening of our soul. And so when the light comes in and you're witnessing and experiencing it like that in yourself, that is letting you know that you are awakening to the soul that you are, the Christ consciousness.
That's right.
So, good questions. Wow, this is wonderful today. I commend all of you that are writing in. I mean, this is
very powerful.
Yes. Let's keep doing this. The more we do this every class, it'll be amazing the greater spiritual wisdom and depth and heights will rise to.
And that everybody's gaining. Everybody is gaining that wisdom.
These are all great experiences. I mean, these are really based on people's experience. That's what we want, is your experience, not just your imagination or your questions out of the mind. These are experientially based questions. That's what we really want. Not only spiritually based, but experientially based. That's why today is just fantastic. It's got both of those combined.
In this dream, I was returning to work, which I had done before, and the office was not yet organized and set up completely. A patient came in, and I had a painful ear. I went to the otoscope and told the patient, a man, that I had to check the battery because it may have depleted since I had not been working. I then checked his ear and thought it was the left ear, but he said, no, it is the right ear. I looked in his ear canal, and it looked like a miniature earth, and there was water in the ear canal full of parasites. I collected some to look at on a slide and had a hard time finding a cover slip for the slide, but eventually did and verified these were parasites. I realized that I did not know how to treat parasites in the ear and didn't want him to know that, but wanted to go study how to treat this, but then decided to send him to a specialist. At the end of the dream, I was thinking that when I wake up, I should look up and see if there is such a thing as parasites in the ear.
This one's easy. That's pretty
Go ahead.
awesome. You want to do it?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm getting first dibs on everything today.
Yeah.
So that is definitely a spiritual dream where, one, the ear has to do with hearing. And what do we talk about? The light and the sound of God. So the sound, the ear, representing the hearing. So the fact that you witness parasites in the right ear, saying that those are the karmas or the lessons, yet the parasites, and seeing the world, that those are the worldly lessons that you are learning. Because this patient represented an aspect of yourself. So as you treated the patient, that's you taking self-responsibility, self-study, and really, in a sense, treating yourself through loving, accepting, forgiving, because taking care of a patient, taking care of yourself. And part of self-study is literally going and learning. So by you literally doing a medical exam like that is really that more focused self-study so that you really learn your lessons. And so by you willing to go learn about these parasites and all is showing that you're really working on learning your lessons and to fulfill your karmas. And that's all that's required on this. That willingness is what will get a soul liberated. It's our resistance and refusal to do that is what will stop us in our tracks. So I don't care if it's the devil himself that you confront, let alone a few parasites. If you're willing to look and to learn and to love, that's what this experience shows me, is that you're looking, you're learning, and the willingness to go study and learn is saying that you're loving that. And you're taking responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions.
Yeah.
And that right ear is obviously symbolic because those things you're going to learn now karmically are those things that stand between you and God, like you heard Jim today and almost every time talk about. And in so doing is how you will literally heal or release or dissolve those parasites so that they will no longer stand between you and God. But the fact that they're parasites, and you saw, well, there's a world, right? She saw the earth in there or something. So that's letting you know those are your worldly karmas. But the parasites also represent those things that, go ahead, what?
Water too.
So,
A miniature earth, and there was water in the inner canal full of parasites.
So that water full of parasites, to me, would also relate to the emotions, like I was saying. Because those emotions, the emotional karmas, they give life to the parasites. So in other words, I would look at your emotional reactions. It's the reactions that cause the parasites. And the emotions, when we keep reacting emotionally, it just feeds them and gives them life. So by you going and studying this, you will learn about and to take responsibility for your thoughts and your feelings. And of course, ultimately, well, that LAF letter writing exercise we did last Saturday, if you were part of the retreat, that's the thing you're going to want to keep doing. That would be one of the best ways to treat these parasites.
And that's part of self-study. That's definitely a big part of it.
You have anything more you would add then?
No, that's very good. Take action, take responsibility, and do the study and the service and the caring for yourself.
What I love to me, this individual is probably in the medical field for their career. What I love and say, and that's not always the case, but what I love just to point out, Spirit will always speak to us in a language we understand, whether that's English, Spanish, French, or medicine, career, relationships, all the languages. Spirit will use that as the symbology, the language of dreams and spirit to really speak to our consciousness, because that's the way we'll really more understand it. So that's a really good example of that. I like that. That's so cool.
It is.
I think we covered most everything in there. Was there anything we missed? I'm asking Kelsey a lot today because there's been a lot of details in these, which is
Yeah.
really wonderful. We're watching Kelsey right now, and she's giving a perplexed look on her face while we're waiting for her to read us the next thing.
Well, I was just looking back and I filed it,
okay.
but I can't find it. So, yes, I would say you you covered all of it.
You can take a moment if you want and look, but
Yeah, no, I was reading it. You covered it.
okay.
Okay.
Wasn't it just a few minutes ago you said we're done with questions, and now it's 5
few
to 6?
minutes ago.
I know, that's why I'm
Hour
laughing.
ago.
I know, that's why I'm laughing. It felt like a few minutes ago, and here we are like, oh my God, it's like 5 to 6.
I'm trying to decipher. People are writing different things, so I think from now on, maybe in the subject, put Q&A, so I know, because I'm getting
Other
I'm getting
emails?
other emails at the same time about donation, and I don't know if they want me to read this quote. I'm a little confused this time. So yeah, let's put Q&A if it's really a Q&A question. If you're
That's
going to
good.
email info@ilm.org
That's good.
during a live broadcast, that would help me a lot.
Can we answer any of the other questions about donations or whatever it was?
No,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
it would, no.
That's all right.
With confidentiality. But thank you.
No, I was just asking because some people don't even know we accept donations, so I just wanted everybody to know, yes, we accept donations.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
much is up to you. The reason why is up to you. If you're inspired or not, it's up to you. Obviously, you rarely see us, you don't even see us ask for donations or talk about it much, other than once in a while, like now, just so you know, we do accept.
And I would also say it's fine if you want to write back, but people are saying you don't need to read this out loud, but maybe share with Jim and Brian later. And the whole point is to do it now.
Yeah.
Because they go and eat and they need to rest, and then it's challenging for me to know when do I share it, and then I forget because the next day
Yeah.
is a whole new day.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read this, even though they said I don't need to read it out loud. Thank you for your answers, Jim and Brian. Brought me tears. Thank you for this reminder to turn up to God. More and more, I am relaxing into spirit as I say during the day in a meditation, God, I love you, from when Jim recently mentioned it to use during meditation. I feel more accepting of what is and more grateful and more loving, less impulse to control. And I think that's a beautiful thing to share with
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah,
It is. That's
definitely.
wonderful.
So I hope you're okay that I read it out loud.
No,
Even if they're not, we're
I'm
okay with it.
Okay. Another quick one. Thought this was so beautiful and wanted to share. Brian mentioned this quote from Jim during the talk from 6/13/2010. Lighten your load. The measure of your spirituality is the depth of your love. So thank you.
That's so
for
very
that.
true.
That's
I
a
mean,
good one,
wow.
yeah.
Yeah. And then
2010. That's funny. We've got so many years and years of talks on the website now. It's awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
and many that need to get put
I
up
know. Yeah.
in the last few years. I will mention, since we're talking about it, there is the Texas Initiate Retreat audio up from 2018 now in the Initiate section.
All right.
I posted that like a month ago. So if you haven't checked out the Initiate section, there is that one, and there is more to come.
And we're adding things all the time. So check back to the website regularly.
Yeah.
And please, if you're one who hasn't done much with the website, go and thoroughly peruse the website. There is absolutely everything there, other than a couple recent things, like we said. It is the go-to place for everything. You go there and you're probably going to get most all your questions answered, as well as literally just all the talks over the years that we've posted on there. It's just amazing. So
And if you're not an initiate and you've been listening to this I will be posting in the self-study section a new Laugh Course 8, which is the letter writing exercise that they've been referring to today. So that will be in the initiate section only, as well as a new Laugh course.
That's good.
Might take a month to get up,
Yeah.
but it will get up.
Yeah, called Be Patient with Us,
So
please.
if you're not an initiate, you too will have access to that exercise. Okay, we have one final question.
Okay,
Cool.
that's good.
Meditation experience at Initiate Retreat. Hello, beloveds. At the Initiate Retreat, I had a wonderful meditation experience on Saturday. I was shown so clearly how I am never able to see who I truly am when I go into concern or worry over what others think about me, what I do, how I act, what I look like in the world, etc. As this is at all times looking at my reflection, literally. It isn't even possible to look directly at myself out of the world. I can never see who I really am looking out in the world. And that image is always from ego. Like narcissist, loving his reflection, looking down into the water. The only way I really see and experience myself is only from looking in, from the inside looking up. Then on Sunday, I felt stuck on the letter writing exercise and felt I would be doing 10 or 20 rewrites to get to resolution with it.
That's okay. Literally, if it did even take that many, that's okay.
Then later that day, I saw all the upset I put in the first letter, and it got really funny how dramatic it all was. And the emotional extremities I put into it all. Laughing and laughing, I saw myself. And this laughing popped it loose for me.
Awesome.
I saw how absurd I had gotten with my upset and control, and somehow the funniness freed it up for me. From the mind, it almost felt a little inappropriate to laugh at it all, but it felt so good to see it in a different light and to release all the importance I was putting on the upset, unfairness, feeling wrong, being excluded, etc. The humor of it completely took the weight of it away, and it just didn't matter anymore. It was great. In loving gratitude to all of you. I like that more for humor.
We used to say that a bit a while ago. So it's nice to see some of these things come around again, like the CRY acronym and the humor.
Well, it's nice to hear their experience and know that they're really walking the path in their way that they are to walk it. And they're getting awareness, they're growing, they're awakening, and what they share is really the greater depth of it all. So that's beautiful. I don't have much to add other than just thank you. Thank you very much.
Very much. I just want to say a little bit, tack on to the last thing we were sharing about the website and the emails coming in to share with us later. We purposefully take time to do Q&A like this to answer a lot for people, and we do it on purpose for the group so we all benefit from it. And I cannot stress enough how important that is, because I know a lot of people would rather just write to us individually or keep it private or whatever because of any embarrassment or shame or anything, which is part of the reason why we try to do it anonymously, like by Kelsey reading the questions. Even though Kelsey may know, that's fine. Jim and I actually don't even know. And it's nice because we're doing it that way because we want you all to know that you have the freedom to really express and not hold back. And that's what we want, because we want everybody to benefit from this. And hopefully you're all hearing that each and every question really applies to all of us. And that's big key here. If we did all of this privately, one by one, nobody else is going to benefit from it other than just the person and Jim and I doing that. This is a way we can serve each other, especially the more people we have. If you notice, we can't handle a lot of emails. I definitely type too slow. For one, that here we can answer, a dozen or more people all in a couple hours, where that would take me days, not weeks, to get back to a dozen emails. And I just want to really make a point of that so that everybody realizes and takes the opportunity, because I know some of you hold back because it's kind of out in the open, but we do that on purpose, again, so we all benefit. It's a great service to us all when we're all willing to share so openly and vulnerably, because there's something there for all of us to learn from it. And really underneath it all, we're all the same. There's only so many lessons and so many ways by which Spirit really works. And if you've been around for a while, you see that. You see us repeat a lot of the same things, just give it a little different twist or expression depending on the circumstances with each individual. But it's always, the same in that way. And once you start understanding that and you get to the core, it's going to be easier for you walking this pathway to do like this last sharing, to see all the things we do and to be able to laugh at it. Because that laughter is a sign of the freedom. But if we didn't have the open format like we have, it would take much longer for each individual if we did it all in private. Granted, it's nice to have some of the private conversations to go in greater depth, but guess what? We can do that right here. And often it's a lot more efficient as well, because when we hold it to this spiritual focus, we can skip all the personal storylines and what each of us may think applies just to us. I can tell you right now, nothing anybody shares applies just to that person. And anytime it's rare, but once in a while I hear a person think it's only about themselves, and it makes me want to laugh, because that's never true. These things apply to all of us. None of us are an exception. If you want to feel special, that's fine for your inner narcissist. Have at it like the last one, but everybody has that too. And that's why it's nice to not only share this so we all benefit, but I also found that sharing in a group setting can often be the most powerful for us individually to break free of our karmas. Because whenever we can hide, we can also keep the karmas going. Mm-hmm. When we are willing to share and not hide, that's where we get our freedom. And that's the other reason why I like the group format. There's many reasons I like the group format. And that's why I'm taking the time I wanted to acknowledge today, because I really want to encourage everybody to take the opportunity when we do the Q&A like this to participate for yourself and for everybody, to know that this is benefiting everybody. And it makes it easier for myself and Jim and Kelsey, and for that matter, Stephen and Nana and Lynn and everybody else being of service, that we all get to benefit from that, and it makes all of our jobs easier, because believe me, just doing one by one, especially now that there's hundreds of initiates here, it's getting more physically not possible to do all that. And we don't need to, because we have the opportunity right here in our gatherings like this to do that, let alone in the retreats and other classes. So
that's true.
Yeah.
A final, it's not a Q&A, but this person wanted me to share live the experience they're having on their TV through YouTube, and that they're very grateful. And They're just saying they love this and thank you, all of you who have been doing the complicated technical work to make this possible. I'm on my TV and I can see and hear much easier.
Awesome.
So I'm aware
Good.
if I use this option, I can't be interactive, but I just want this person to know it's still a one-way stream, so you're not losing
Yeah.
any interaction.
You can
Right.
still email us. You can still watch on TV and
Yeah.
email us.
So this person's on Roku and on the YouTube app, and
Wow.
and as soon as they signed in, there were two Jim and Brian smiling faces, smiling at her. And,
Awesome.
she clicked live stream, and it was easy, and she found it. The videos excellent, no buffering, and perfectly clear picture and sound,
Fantastic.
That's
as
wonderful.
opposed to her iPad and a bad connection.
Yeah, that's really true. I think through Roku and YouTube, it's a much clearer and faster connection, and it's stable.
Right, right. And the bandwidth isn't as good with her iPad because of the internet connection. It's fuzzy. And so yeah, they just wanted to say thank you, and also to let other people out there know what a great experience
Yes.
YouTube is. And if you have Roku or a smart TV, that might be a better option if you don't have a great, strong internet connection in your home.
That's really good.
Yes,
So-
thank you for putting that out there,
Yeah.
definitely.
Thank you for that.
Very good. Does that,
That's the last one.
okay.
Yeah. And again, I just want to say, please, people, go to the website, use the website. We've got so much on there. I still to this day have members that have been around for years ask me, I've got somebody new who's interested in ILM, but I don't know where to start. Well, we actually have a whole getting started in ILM right on the website. So please utilize the website. We've got so much there for anybody at any time, and for brand new people. The easiest thing to do is literally send them a link to Getting Started in ILM and About ILM. Literally just an About ILM, that one drop-down menu. You give that to somebody new, that gives them the whole overview of ILM and our teachings and our mission statement, and even a Getting Started introductory packet that'll give them a few talks and things to read over to introduce them. Because I know there's so much information, it can seem like, well, where do I start? Do I just give people any CD? Well, yeah, you can give people any CD or talk, but we literally have things organized specifically for, like, if somebody's brand new or needs an introduction, or if you say, wow, this is great, I can listen to all these talks, read the books, do all this, but what if I want to have more interaction, like a course, self-study? Well, we have that on there too, the whole self-study section, where we've got the quotes you can work with on a weekly basis, or the monthly focus is the main one you hear us do, and a lot of people participate. That's awesome, because it's something you can read, you can listen to, you can do the meditations, you can journal, so it's a self-study course. And then, of course, our Loving, Accepting, Forgiveness courses. Now, as you heard Kelsey today, we're going to add on course number 8 here in the next month or two, where we're going to add on the LAF letter writing exercise we did on Saturday in this last initiates retreat. So we're always adding and trying to have it well organized for many different uses for people that are beginning or have been around for years. Just access it. There's so much you can do just on your own, let alone attending live events like this. We've got everything, like that available. And I got to admit, I'm kind of surprised sometimes when I hear, especially initiates that have been around for years, not even realize what's on the website, when we talk about it all the time. And I guess I'm surprised, because I'm one who has always immersed myself and can't get enough. So I go through every page, look at everything that's there, so I know everything available and take advantage of that. Well, we have that on our website. There's nothing lacking. We have hundreds of talks, of meditations, of courses, of all kinds of stuff now available, that it would take years for any person to go through it all. So there's nothing lacking. Please take advantage of it. It's all free. And you can do this, fill yourself, gorge on it, do whatever, gluttony. There you go, gluttonize yourself with all the spiritual stuff we have on there. I'm not kidding. I know I'm laughing, joking, but I hear too many people ask questions that are always right there on the website and easily accessible to almost anybody in the world now with internet access. There's no reason that other than you're not actually going there and seeing what's there. So I just can't stress, again, please, I just, to this day, I hear so many things like, have you even looked at the website? And a lot of people just don't, or read the emails. We don't send out a lot of emails, and the ones we do, everything written in those emails is there specifically detailed, and we get so many questions, even like this retreat we just did, that it's all in the emails we send you. Please read the emails. Go to the website, read the emails. Most all your questions are going to be answered in those emails and on the website. So please, it helps us. We're very busy, a lot to take care of. There's just a few of us on staff, and there's hundreds of disciples now, and we're just growing. So please, this is why we post all these things. This is why we try to be very specific in our emails with details, because we know there's technology to deal with, and we give tutorials. We have it all written out in instructions. If you would just read through it, most of it's pretty simple once you really take the time to read it and go over it.
Yep.
So I just want to say that go ahead, Kels.
And subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Subscribe to
I
the
know
YouTube channel.
A lot of you already have, but I still get texts from people and emails. Where can I get the last video or Jim and Brian's talk from 3 months ago? And I know we don't have the audio up, but they're all on YouTube. All of 2020 is on the YouTube channel. Subscribe. You'll be able to watch them until we get the audio up, and going forward, every class, the YouTube
And they're
video.
up there instantly. As soon as we're done with today, it's right there.
So subscribe, turn on your notifications, so every time something happens, you're aware.
There you go.
It'll notify you, and it's also a great resource for what's current that
It
may
is.
not be on the website. You'll find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Inner
and
Light Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light.
Inner Light Ministries, A Path of Sun and Light, and look for our logo with the two interlocking hearts, because there's a couple other Inner Light Ministries out there, especially one in California, that they've got a ton of YouTube videos that has nothing to do with us.
No, it doesn't.
Nothing to do with us. So please make sure you're aware of that. As well, eventually we'll be posting a few more meditations on there today. Like, I'd like to look at maybe taking Jim's guided meditation today and maybe putting that on our YouTube channel. Like, we have just one meditation right now, forgiving multi-level consciousness or something, I forget, but can't even remember, but yeah.
Forgiving, I think, all levels of consciousness.
Yeah. So we'll slowly get more things on there. I mean, the main go-to is our website, but definitely secondary to that is the YouTube channel there. So thanks for saying that. We just want you all to know the resources that are there, to realize there's nothing lacking. There's a ton of stuff we've got available, and we just gave you the guidance right now. And you're welcome to get together with friends, family, put together little groups if you want to have your own little self-study group, practice these things together. I know there's some people, especially like in the UK, Midwest, Hawaii, that you get together with a study buddy or a small group of people, do the LAF courses together, read a chapter a week in the books, and do the monthly focus together. You can do stuff like that if you want, or just do it on your own. It's all available however you'd like there. So, anything else we should mention while we're at it on a roll?
I think that's got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you all very much.
Yeah.
Did you have something else?
Oh, yeah, but no.
Okay.
I was just thinking about Zoom, but Yeah.
We'll go into that later. We don't.
Yeah.
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 Because it worked so well for this retreat. We're going to keep
Mm-hmm.
using the Zoom platform instead of Google Meet or whatever for events as we go forward. So it gives us a lot of versatility that we did not have before.
Yeah.
Thank
So,
you.
Cool.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, this is awesome. It's been a full month.
It has.
From literally, what was it, 3 weeks ago, the February monthly class, to last week, the weekend retreat, and then today. And the next one actually isn't in 3 weeks, the next live stream.
Yeah.
I think 3 weeks from today, maybe 4.
April 18th.
Oh, so it would be a whole month.
A
Yeah.
month, yeah.
So we're going to actually, wow, this is going to seem like a long time, 1 month after the last couple weeks. So, what's that?
April 18th.
All right, April 18th is the next live stream like today. All right, you guys have a good month, and we'll see you next. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thanks for that.